I call to order this Monday, January 12th, 2026, Kankakee Board of Education meeting to order. I'm turning it over to Dr. McComas.
As superintendent, I serve as the secretary of the Board of Education. Therefore, it is my responsibility to facilitate this evening's first agenda item, the annual January reorganization of the board through the election of a board president and vice president. At this time, I will open the floor for any nominations for the board president for 2026.
I would like to make a motion.
Okay.
I would like to nominate Chris McGee to continue her job, and I would like Laura to be the vice president.
Okay, we're going to do the president first, and then we'll come back.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
No,
didn't
that's
know
okay.
how that went.
Is there a second?
I'll second Trish's nomination.
Okay, Ms. McKenzie is second. So we have a nomination and a second. Are there any further nominations? Okay. Oh, go ahead.
For president.
For president. Okay. We have let's see. I'll call for the vote. Those in favor will signal by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
I'm just going to abstain if that's okay.
Okay, yep. So Mr. DeVillo is taking notes tonight for us from Ms. Manley. So the motion was made by Mr. Rhodes. It was seconded by Ms. McKenzie. Yes votes were cast by everyone present except Ms. McGee abstained. And Mr. Queen is not with us this evening. I think I'll go on. Okay, congratulations. Woohoo! Thank you for
Yay.
continuing. At this time, I'll take nominations for the vice president for 2026.
I would like to make a motion for Laura McKenzie to be the vice president.
Okay, is there, there's a motion for Ms. McKenzie. Is there a second? Okay, there's a second from Ms. Dorsey. Are there any further nominations? Okay, and then we can call for the vote. Those in favor will signal by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it, and so congratulations. We have Ms. McKenzie as their vice president.
You're a maid connection.
Okay, great. Congratulations, everyone. And at this time, I'll turn the order of the meeting back over to Ms. McGee, board president.
Alrighty, so the next order of business is approval of the agenda. Before I get a motion, can I ask a question?
Yes.
So under the consent agenda, there's some donation approvals, and then there's a donation approval from the Rotary Club, and I just wondered what made those different.
Right. I thought the Rotary Club wanted to have a public photo opportunity.
Presentation, okay. Okay.
I thought that would also show, but I guess because they want it separate, that's how.
Well, I know, I just wanted
No, it's a good
an
question.
explanation of that. Alrighty, so I'm looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Dorsey's made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has seconded. Is there any more conversation about that? I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. Alrighty, so the vote is 4-0, Mr. DeVillio. The next thing is I will be looking for a motion to go into closed session for the following reasons. Personnel applicants for new hires, resignations, volunteers, transfers, extra pay for extra duty, and any other personnel matters. And the reason for the closed session would be public discussion of applicants and employee names and personal information could discourage people from working for the board and contain sensitive personal and biographical information. Personnel information is protected from disclosure under the MPIA. Second reason would be for discussion of negotiations with the Kent County Public Schools bargaining units. The reason for that is to maintain the integrity of the collective bargaining process. The third topic is discussion of pending litigation. The reason for going into closed session would be conversation is protected by attorney-client privilege. So for those reasons and for those topics, I'm looking for a motion to go into closed session.
I'll make a motion.
Ms. McKenzie's made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has made the second. Is there any comments before I call for the vote or questions? Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? The motion carries 4-0. So we will be going into closed session. We will resume the open session at 6:30 p.m. session of the Monday, January 12th, 2026 Kent County Public School Board of Education meeting. The first thing I want to do is report on our closed session. We discussed collective bargaining, we discussed personnel and pending litigation. Those in closed session were the 4 members of the board, Dr. McComas, and Dan Hushin, our Human Resources Director, and Adam Constance, our legal counsel. No action was taken in closed session. Ms. Swanson, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Alrighty. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to look for a motion for our consent agenda. The items on our consent agenda are approval of the minutes of our December 8th, 2025 open session meeting, a list of donations we're approving, policy series 2000, general school administration, and personnel actions. I am looking for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Ms. McKenzie's made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Rhodes has made a second. Any conversation before I call for the vote? Any questions? All righty. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
It's unanimous, Mr. DeVillio. All righty. I guess I'll ask Mr. DeVillio this. Did anyone sign up for public participation? All righty. Okie dokie. Dr. McComas, let's go to the superintendent's report.
Okay, great. First, I just want to welcome everyone back from our winter break. I know it was a long one this year, the way the calendar worked out, so I hope everyone truly rested and rejuvenated, and so we can hit the second half of the year strong. And the days are slowly getting longer, and while they're not warmer just yet, I like to keep spring in the front for all of us. If I could take at this moment, I'd like to, before I do, I'll just remind everybody, next week is the end of the second quarter, academic quarter. So if you have not checked Schoology, check Schoology and make sure that all your assignments are in and on schedule for closing out the quarter as strong as possible. I would ask Mr. Poor this time if you could pull up a slide highlighting our attendance for the system at large. So last month in December, our team brought forward an overview of our community schools plans, and each of our 5 schools has attendance as one of their goals as part of their community schools plan. And so each school is working diligently to increase attendance and to reduce chronic absenteeism. And this data that you see in front of you is data that I'll start bringing forward each month as part of my superintendent's report. The first square that you see, the last 30 days, is exactly what it says, and it's comparing when I show the call-out bubble that says improvement or not improvement, if that were the case. That is comparing the data to the exact same time last year. So it's year-to-date data and compared to the same point in time last year. So we have, modest improvement in terms of that last 30 days of attendance. You see year-to-date overall attendance that goes all the way back to the beginning of the school year. We see also modest improvement. And then what's really great, though, is our chronic absenteeism is 2.59% better than it was last year, meaning we have fewer students who are chronically absent. For anyone who's not familiar with chronic absenteeism, it is a percentage of the school year. So you could have a student who maybe for some reason or another missed a great deal of time in September or October, and they're very quickly identified as being chronically absent. However, as the school year goes on and we have more and more days of school, if their attendance improves, they can work their way out of being chronically absent. So that's why the chronic absenteeism number is sometimes a little confusing to monitor, because it's a proportion of the total days of instruction. So as we have more days that number can shift. But as you can see, the attendance initiatives at our schools are really working to help reduce that chronic absenteeism. And we know in order for students to learn, they need to be present in class with their teachers and their peers learning. So we'll bring that forward each month just as a highlight to help everybody kind of monitor and keep that priority on our dashboard. Okay? And then the last thing I want to do, thank you, Mr. Poor, for pulling that up for me. The last thing I want to do is congratulate our student member of the board who was accepted to her college of choice. So we are hitting that time of year where lots of exciting news are coming in for our seniors. So congratulations, Ms. Swanson.
We should mention, guys, it was Williams, okay?
yes.
It wasn't a community college. She's going to Williams. That's a big deal, okay?
And that concludes my initial part of the report. And at this point, I'd like to invite Ms. Berkmeyer up for our Rotary Club has graciously donated their proceeds from their annual Soup and Sip to our arts program. So sorry if I stole your thunder. She'll be more eloquent about it than I am, I'm sure.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. The Chestertown Rotary Club has been proud to support the King County Public Schools through a number of our activities over the years. One of those activities is the annual Soup and Sip crab soup competition held in October every year. This past October was our 8th year. 3 of the previous years, we've donated our proceeds to the Makerspace program, and 3 of the years, most recently, we've donated the proceeds to the Galena Elementary School's One School, One Book. This year, we're very proud to be presenting a check to the school system in support of the Visual Arts program. We have a check for $3,500 from this year's event. And I might also add that our guests were treated to a display of artworks by Kent County Public School students there. And actually, several people asked me if things there were for sale. They would have bought some of them. They were very pleased with it. So I really am presenting this to you on behalf of our president, David White, our Soup and Sip Committee Chair, Jamie Williams, and all of our 36 members. So we're happy to present this.
Thank you.
Oh, sure, that'd be great.
Mr.
No, stay, you can stay seated. We'll stand over there. If you don't mind coming and we'll get that out. You're okay, Mr. Burke?
Yeah. I call something.
Thank you, everyone. Okay, so then the next item is Golden Anchor, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Hushen to handle that.
Thank you, Dr. McComas, President McGee, and our school board members. The next 2 items on the agenda, actually, we're going to be honoring staff, and there's going to be lots of like photo ops. So if it's all right with you, can I invite you to come back down and stay up here so that we're not getting up and down, okay? All right, so.
You okay? Okay, you want us to do it now?
Sure, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Thank you for your flexibility. Sorry, Mr. Roach. So tonight, to start things off, I have our first Golden Anchor of 2026. This individual has displayed her ability to go above and beyond on a daily basis. Before I ask that employee to join us up front, I would just like to share some of the things that her colleagues have shared about her. This individual is one of the rare educators whose presence is immediately felt and makes our school a much, much better place. From the moment she walks in, she brings a calm, kindness, and unwavering patience. Every student, no matter what their needs are, their abilities, or their communication style, she allows them to feel seen, supported, and genuinely cared for. She doesn't just teach, she connects. This employee was nominated by her colleagues, and if you can join me in honoring our January 2026 Golden Anchor, our deaf and hard of hearing teacher, Karen Martin. And I believe Karen has some family here with her, so they are more than welcome to come up and join in our photo. All right. Next up, we are going to honor 6 staff who have demonstrated tremendous ability to persevere and advance their educational careers. Back in 2022, Kent County Public Schools started a partnership with Bowie State University, where we engaged in starting a doctoral cohort, where we had 13 Kent County Public Schools staff members enroll in this cohort to pursue their doctorate. This past December, one of our fine Kent County High School educators successfully defended his dissertation and graduated with his doctorate in education. So if you could please join me tonight in honoring Dr. Justin Jenkins from Kent County High School for his outstanding achievement. And if the other Dr. Jenkins wants to come join us, you absolutely can.
That's why I said it's the average.
All right, and our next group of staff have been working very, very hard over the last 3 years to achieve what is considered to be the pinnacle of certifications when it comes to education. And under the blueprint, as we all know, every school system was tasked with trying to promote the national board certification. And, in partnership with our staff and our school principals and our national board certification coaches, Kent County Public Schools put together a national board certification cohort. But that was just a very, very small part of what has transpired, because the amount of work and time and dedication that these individuals have had to put in to achieve this high level standard of a certification is just absolutely admirable. Back in 2022, we were a school system that had one active nationally board certified educator that was in our classrooms, with an additional one who serves as one of our school principals. With these 5 individuals who we'll be honoring tonight, we have now taken that total number from 1 to 8 to 13 over the last 3 years. I can say that knowing each one of these educators and seeing the work that they do every day, and even the stuff that they do outside of school with their families and community, they're all outstanding individuals who truly care about their craft and improving their craft, which is really what the national board process is all about. So tonight, we have official national board certification pins. And before I call up our 5 staff, if I can actually ask our Director of Teaching and Learning, Gina Giacomowitz, and our Supervisor of Accountability, and who oversees the implementation of our blueprint, to help me hand out our certificates and pins, that will be great. Yep, I just got to call them. All right, so our first National Board Certification Achiever from December of 2025 is Emmy Nickerson from Rock Hall Elementary School. Next, from Rock Hall Elementary School, Jackie Walters. From Kent County Middle School, Janet McCormick. Sorry about the backers, Miss McCormick. From Garnett Elementary School, Courtney Whitby. And unable to join us tonight, but we certainly wanted to honor her as well. Our former Kent County Teacher of the Year, Mary Jessica McGee. In absentia. If we can just give all of our NBC achievers one more round of applause. Thank you for all that you do and everything that you continue to do, and congratulations. And we'll do one photo op, and then if you want to fall in family, all together maybe? Yeah. Yeah.
All right, thanks, smiles, everybody.
All right, everybody, fall through them out. Let's smile, everybody.
Scout, you got the scout?
Yeah.
I'm gonna stand in the back by Dan. Sounds good.
All right, everybody, good smiles for anything. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for coming out. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, everybody. Our musical chairs for the.
I feel like we all
We're
need.
trying to get rid of, we're trying to make it like a once or twice separate days.
All righty. Writing one last thing, is that you, the cell phone,
yes,
no,
the cell-
cell phones, that you?
Yes,
or-
that is me.
Okay.
Okay, great. So we will move on to our next agenda item. And Mr. Poor, if you could open up the cell phone survey. So just to remind our viewing public and anybody who's with us this evening, we are a school system that's in the process of developing a cell phone policy for our schools. Just to recap, last year, Maryland State Department of Education did a big task force looking at cell phone policies, and they published recommendations and best practices, and they are encouraging all school systems to develop their own cell phone policy. So we did not, we had procedures at each school, so we're in the process of developing that policy. We brought forward an initial draft, I think, was it November or October? And President McGee asked a really great question that I had that moment where I was like, how could I not have noticed that? She asked to what extent have we engaged our parents in feedback? So we proceeded to issue out a survey, and I'm here this evening to share those survey results. And if you look on the screen, you can see that the numbers are, I would say, pretty close. I mean, in the biggest scheme of things, they're rather close. How important is it for your child to have access to a phone during the school day? And you see approximately 42% say it's very important, and 18% say it's somewhat important. And they feel, many parents want their child to be able to reach them during the school day. And then our next most important question is, do you approve of students' phones being secured in a pouch during the school day? I'll just give a little context for anybody who's listening. Many of our surrounding school systems have gone to, at the middle grades, using a magnetized, I think it's like a neoprene pouch. Students would come into their homeroom, they would pick up a pouch there in a homeroom class each morning, they would put their own cell phone in that pouch. They would carry that with them throughout the day. The pouch is magnetized shut during the school day, but students maintain custody of their phone with them throughout the day. At the end of the day, they demagnetize, leave the pouch in the classroom, and go on so that they have their phone for after-school activities and so on. In our surrounding school systems that have done that, I know Cecil, Talbot, Caroline, and Dorchester piloted that last year, all found it to be positively impactful in terms of students focusing on academics, and they saw reductions in student conflict and behavior during the school day. So that was the context of that question. Mr. Poor, I cannot see it anymore. Can you pull that back up, please? Thank you. So that's why we asked that, because we wanted to explore parents' thoughts around that possibility, knowing that that is becoming broader practice in many schools and school systems. Largely, if you look at the qualitative comment of parents, parents, and as we all are, very aware of crises that happen in our society, at schools and in public environments. And parents see the cell phone as a tool by which they can have communication. So those numbers are close. What I'd like to do is a follow-on action, because I think while a survey is fine, it's not as, I think, insightful as a genuine conversation with parents. So I will be hosting, I've got to think about when. I don't have these meetings scheduled because I want to do them at a time of year where people will come out and we're not worried about necessarily snowstorms. I want to have a series of community conversations again. Last year we used that format to help inform our strategic plan. I'd like to have community conversations. Cell phone and the use of yoder pouches would be one piece of conversation. There are some other topics that I'd also like parents' input on. But this way I could have conversations, maybe show parents what these pouches are like, kind of unpack how do we address everyone's concern to the greatest extent possible, and then move forward from there. So just to bring back information that Ms. McGee had pointed out that we should have in influencing our policy development. Wanted to give that update today. So that really concludes that part of today's agenda at this point.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Just a question.
Sure.
So, given that the next step would be the community conversations, do you have a target date or a time frame when you think that a more fully implemented policy will be brought to the board? I mean,
Yeah,
It's-
I would
it's
think,
something-
I would think April.
really?
April.
Okay,
Because I'd like to have those community conversations late February or early March.
okay.
You know how early February can be tough with the weather. In my experience, the
No,
first week in
I'm
February is
just
hard.
thinking also how busy March and April are going to be, because we're going to be in the throes of budget and a lot of and potential additional meetings, so, okay.
Right.
I was just wondering, to what extent are you looking at national trends, I'm sorry, on this particular issue? Just because I heard that New Jersey recently banned cell phones, I think, across the board during the day. And so I
Yeah.
just didn't know if you were looking at what other states are doing to.
We were largely looking at what MSDE put out in their task force last year. I do know that they looked across the state as well as analyzed what each of the school systems within the state. So, I mean, I will just speak, and I understand, you know, we're in a world of cell phones. I just know that it's a distraction in the classroom, and also leads to a lot of social, I think, miscommunication, especially among young people, and distractions. So I'm open to, you know, if you want to share any additional research with me and the team, I'm open to it. So,
I'd like to say one.
yes.
In my opinion, cell phones need to go away. That's just my own opinion,
Right.
because the kids will have their phone under here, they'll be doing this, and they need to learn. When I went to school, it was a little while ago, we didn't have any communication. If you got into trouble, if you had a problem, you went to see the principal.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I appreciate that, Mr. Rhodes. I think cell phones in the 30 years I've been in public education, there's no topic quite like cell phones. And I think it's because it's such a direct communication device between a student and their family. And so it brings with it a lot of feelings, a lot of thoughts, and we live in a world where they're not going away. So that's why I think it's good that we take our time, we talk to people, and we explain, you know, what our thinking is around these pouches for the middle grades, get people's sensibility around that towards older children, younger children. In our data, I'll just say one last thing. I was expecting the data for our elementary parents to be different from our secondary parents, and it was actually very, very similar in terms of it's almost 50-50. Right? Some parents are like, I absolutely want them to have it, and other parents are like, no, I don't, I think it's a distractor. So those numbers are fairly close. And that's why I think it would be better to continue to have conversation and understand more deeply people's concerns and because if I understand those more deeply, I'm better able to try to address and mitigate those concerns in a way that's productive. So, thank you.
Ms. Dorsey, is there something you wanted to say?
Not really. What I was gonna say is that it's a cross-up. It's kind of like a toss-up of the same people who want them to have the cell phone. They also want it to be where it's regulated or not,
Yes.
you know, all the time. Because myself, I mean, parents have a fear
Yes.
of their safety and different things like that.
Right.
They in location because children are being taken as well.
Yes.
But the distraction of the cell phone, social media, and all that, I'm not in agreement with it. I really don't even like the computer, to tell the truth. It
Right.
worked, and you know, writing everything down was better. But we move on, you know, and so we have to have that. But as far as the cell phones, I just wish they had never been allowed in the school system.
Yeah, I understand. Well, thank you.
Dr.
Yeah.
McComas, would it be, I mean, fair is fair, and kids model the behavior they see, so applicable to teachers in the classroom as well. I mean, I understand the whole issue, you know, if there was an emergency. I noticed one of the persons said that, you know, as long as there was a landline, easy access to a landline in case of emergency for all instructional spaces, but I think it's safe to say that we know that teachers use their cell phone probably when they shouldn't as well. So I'm just saying, you know, fair is fair.
Right, and I think that that's part of the ongoing conversation, right? I think to me, what I truly believe is we're in a digital world that's not going to change. It just will continue to become more, the devices will become more sophisticated as technology evolves. I think what's, to me, the biggest thing is for us to create a digital citizenship culture, right? Where it's time and place appropriate. And there are times when it is appropriate and is okay, and there's times that it isn't, and it's, and we know as educators, and we know as parents, right? Students do what you do. They don't necessarily do what you say, right? Like they learn by our modeling. And so I hear you clearly on your point with that.
Okay.
It's a complex issue, so thank you, everyone.
Alrighty, so, I'll put your feet to the fire a little bit, just in terms of planning. Do you think maybe when you come back in February, you'll have dates for the
Oh, yes.
community conversation?
Yep.
Okay, alrighty. Okey dokey, so
We
now,
have a vote on this? or we-
no, we're
This
just,
is just information right
No,
now.
not now, but I mean,
at some point, we'll have to approve a policy. We don't have anything to approve yet.
Right. Yeah, so we will vote on a policy. Yeah.
Gotcha.
because I just want to say one thing. I find myself, I get into trouble. I'm on my phone and suddenly like a TikTok thing comes on. I never used to watch TikTok. And then they have these little videos that just keep coming up and up and up and you get sucked in. I mean, if you're in class and a student's in there looking at that, they're just going to look at all those videos.
Right. It's designed to get our attention.
I might be the only one that does that.
Alrighty, moving on, education services, school calendar update, Mr. Hushin?
President McGee, thank you. Dr. McComas, school board members, can't believe it. It felt like we were just developing our school calendar last year, and here we are. Our school calendar committee met on December 16th of 2025, right before we went on break. We have a 15-person committee. I just want to give those 15 individuals a shout out. Joining up here tonight is Mr. DeVillio, our communication specialist, Miss Gail Manley, Amelia Marcosin, representing the instructional team, Chris Hemstetter, high school principal, Dr. Walker, director of student services, but also serving as the ANS association rep, DeBronda Warren as the support unit rep. And then our three teachers, we have Dalia Shogay from King County Middle School, Michelle Phillips from the high school, and then Mary Brown from Garnett Elementary School. Also, our three parents from Kent County High School, Wendy Lawler from Kent County Middle School, Julie Blyman, and then representing all of elementary is Reagan Craig. And thanks to partnership with Alden Swanson, I've worked with her this year to bring forth some student voice. And joining us this year, we have Aria Jones, which is the first time we've had a student sitting on this committee. Dan is going to walk you through our data from our pre-survey. Just to remind you, when we engage in this work, there are three main priorities that we try to keep at the center of our work, and that is to consider what is best for our students, to focus on time, to maximize student learning, provide time for teachers to work in professional learning communities that will help improve instruction, and to meet state and local contractual and legal requirements, and then also take into the account the needs of all of our stakeholders that are expressed through our survey process. I'll turn it over to you, Mr. DeVillio.
Thanks, sir. All right. I just bring this back up here. All right, so each year we do two surveys for our calendar. We do an initial one It's really about setting priorities. What do you want to see in the calendar this year? Most years, we really focus that on a pre or post Labor Day start. And then, do you want longer winter breaks, longer spring break? So that's what we opened our first survey with. It was open for about a month, from December to January, or the start of January. We had 361 respondents. We do break that out to see who's staff, parents and guardians, community members, and students. Naturally, we do get some who, such as myself, who identify as both. I'm a staff member and a parent. So that was the start there. We really led off this year with a new question, which is basically, did you like what we did this year? And if so, should we just do it again? And we got a really strong favorable response to that. So this year was the first year we started before Labor Day, really since I believe the Hogan administration. And, we got comments like, I like the changes we made this year. This was the best calendar. We had a 2-week winter break that we were able to build in with that earlier start. A full spring break that we were able to build in with that earlier start. Right? So then we said, well, if your answer is no to that, what start date would you prefer? And again, this is where we got the post-Labor Day start. Now, looking at next year, that's about the latest start you can get after Labor Day, September 8th. Right? So that's going to make a big difference in that 180 instructional days and how you can build a calendar around that. Again, this year we were able to do a much longer spring break. We have had requests for that in the past, but it's been very difficult to build in with that post-Labor Day start. So we did pose that question again. Would you prioritize a longer or shorter spring break? And again, 68% would like us to prioritize that longer spring break. We also ask if there are additional holidays that folks would like us to consider. Veterans Day is typically one that we do hear about. It's not a day that we have historically had off for students. And 19 out of 361 comments is not a statistically large number, but it is the leading one that we hear about. Other common ones that we hear about, we don't have a lot of numbers for them, but we do hear them, is things like Halloween or the day after Halloween and the day after Super Bowl. We don't get as many on the survey, but believe me, in the hallways of schools, you hear those two quite a bit too. Thank you.
Small. Staff, students, and parents. Thank you, Mr. DeVillio. Also included on board docs are 3 draft templates that we wanted to just bring your attention tonight, just to talk through, see if there's anything that you wanted us to take back to our calendar committee, for a final discussion and revision. We meet with them tomorrow at 5 o'clock, at which we plan to finalize our drafts to put them out for a vote. With that said, last year we were challenged with getting as many respondents as we possibly could, which last year we did set our record. In order to do that, we had to come back to you in February and March. We would like to propose that we follow that same process to try to maximize respondents. And we're happy to come back here in February with an update, with the understanding when we come back in March that we will be bringing it to you for a final vote, because as you know from prior years, this is your sole decision that the board has ownership over. Mr. Rhodes.
So I think when you started this, you gave the answer that I think we want to hear, is that most of the people liked the calendar of last year.
Based
spent a
on
lot.
based on our pre-survey, yeah.
Pre-survey. Unless you get any big changes. I mean, last year, I remember we spent a lot of time on this. In my opinion, think we need to spend a ton of time. I think we just need to go through it a little bit just to prove it, because it took so much time last year, and I think it was a good plan. I was a little concerned about before Labor Day, but it wasn't that big of a deal. I think people worked around that. Let's just try to figure out and get it done, not take up hours doing it. That's my opinion. So.
Sure.
I'm just going to say that I liked the idea that we went back and asked people a second time. From a board perspective, I felt like it legitimized the process, and it legitimized our decision, that we really mean, because not everybody's going to, hardly anybody's going to be completely happy, but I felt like it, at least for me, I was able to say, look, based on, we gave stakeholders plenty of an opportunity to chime in. And that's what we based our decision on. And if somebody didn't take advantage of that and is griping about it now, that's too bad. They missed their opportunity. I definitely understand what Mr. Rhodes is saying, and I haven't heard a single person complain about this year's, calendar. Part of it is, with Christmas and New Year's being on Thursdays, it was almost a no-brainer to catch off until that following Monday. And it was nice that every secondary school, not college, but every secondary school that I'm aware of, public and private in Maryland, we all had the same break because of the way the calendar fell, which I thought was nice.
The only challenge with repeating the calendar from last year, as Dan had said, is with Labor Day being a week later, it will put the last day for staff on June 22nd and the last day for students on the 17th.
No, I personally like the pre-Labor Day start because who doesn't want to get out early, And we've had a night, now granted, I'm not a teacher, I'm not a parent, I'm not a kid. But my experience, at least at the high school level with those kids, are by the middle of especially the athletes, by the middle of August, they were ready. I talked to a couple of kids, older kids, not little kids, after having 16 days off for Christmas, they were ready to go back to school. They missed their friends, they missed their teachers. So, I mean, again, but back to just sort of playing off what Mr. Rhodes said, I don't want to make it an extremely long process, but I really think it's valuable to give somebody who may have missed the boat the first time in filling out that survey gets another chance. And I know last year, if we had gone with what the original respondents had said, it would have been a completely different calendar. I think we were all surprised by the fact that when we sent it out a second time, it was a complete reversal. So that's just me. Are you looking for us to tell you whether you should send it back out, or what do you need? I know it's just for information tonight, but what?
Yeah, we haven't sent out the actual templates that we plan.
Okay.
We plan to do that this week. Hearing from what you both just said, we can always come here in February, and if someone from the board decides to make a motion, then
Right.
that's is what will happen. I guess what I was proposing, that if you want more input, we'll be prepared to come
Well,
back up here in
that
March.
gives you another month.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't want to add work for you, but it probably, I mean, if the date for this, when was the date people had to respond to this?
We opened the pre-survey
Okay.
December 4th.
Okay.
And we left it open during break.
Okay,
So our plan is to get the actual draft calendar templates out by the end of this week.
Okay.
And then that's when the real vote
and you can
matters.
give people 3 weeks to respond. Would that give you guys enough time to tabulate and at our February meeting come back and say, hey, this is what people said?
Yes, and once the vote is out, the
Yeah.
extra work, there is no extra work. It is
Okay.
just coming back up here to say,
Right.
here's what everyone
Yeah,
said.
and I do remember last year, Mr. Queen is the one that was maybe the most vocal about it, but I know I felt the same way. I was disappointed in the few people that took that opportunity to fill out the survey. So maybe it won't be that case this year. Maybe people will realize, hey, you know what? They really listened to what we said, and look, we got this amazing calendar.
If I if it's okay, I would just like to ask Alden, what her thoughts are, because as someone who has been in our system for a long time and, in her senior year now, having that experience of that long winter break and you're going to have that spring break, what are your thoughts?
On the calendar itself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same, like I'm ready to go back to school as early as possible, and August doesn't really, not a lot happens. And I think something I said last year was that I've heard from parents, especially of little kids, that going back earlier is better for them because all of the childcare, summertime childcare ends, like once college students go back to college. So like those last few weeks of August, like and into September are hard to figure out what to do with there. But yeah, I definitely like having a longer breaks. I had a nice long winter break. I think everyone likes having a longer winter break. And I'm really looking forward to having a week-long spring break. I think that also helps minimize kids missing days because of vacation, because I think some families are like, we only have 4 days for spring break, we're just going to take a week off because that's what we do. So I think giving them that extra time is really helpful for that absentee factor. I will say I'm a little bit ashamed to like bring attention to it, but I'm kind of sad about the student participation in the pre-survey, so I'm definitely gonna, I just sort of slipped my mind, but I'm gonna try to get more input on the real vote this next month. I hope I can get enough input in the next 3 weeks, but if it comes to extending it another month, I'd be, if it's okay with the rest of you, I'd like that too, because I think getting that student input honestly is what switched the calendar from the one we had before the re-push of the survey to the completely different one.
Get them when they come into the cafeteria.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it really didn't take much to get more students to sign up. We sent out an email, we did some announcements, we did some flyering, and it spiked way up. And it's just about, talking to people. But I really liked, to your original question, I really liked it this year. I've heard other students say that they've liked it. I've heard a few people griping about, like how they wish they had more summer. But I think it all evens out in the end, and I think it makes more sense for more people. Yeah.
There is one thing that is more of a recent development that was brought to my attention coming out of our break, and that deals mainly with the high school athletic programs. Being that this was the first year where we have a true week-long spring break, we have scheduled contests. And because we now have that long break, there's been a number of families that have scheduled like college visits and leaving, the team, the student athletes' decision to stay at home, participate, or go on this trip. And the challenges that we have, not only as a school system, but as a conference from a scheduling standpoint, our spring season is our shortest season. We've typically have used those that, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday after Easter, Monday for competition. It's Bayside Conference competition, so rescheduling becomes a challenge.
And in the spring, you're at the mercy of the weather.
And you're correct. And because it's such a condensed playing season, most of our schedules or teams are already playing maximum amount of competition that they're allowed to play each week. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. I'm going to share it with our school calendar committee tomorrow night, but it was something that was brought up to our athletic director last week. So
One other question, so if I heard you correctly, you think you're gonna get all this data together, and hopefully by the next meeting, you'll be able to give us a presentation on what you got, what the both of you think we should do, so we could possibly pass it then if we want to, if you think it looks good. Because I think people are happy with it, that's my opinion, so we'll see how
Yeah,
it goes.
that's
But if
what's
there's
gonna
enough
happen.
people that wanna wait till the next meeting, that's fine, but I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on it.
Sure.
It's good.
any other thoughts, questions, comments?
Just thank you. because I know that with all the things that a board has to decide, the school calendar is one of the, it's like the superintendent, what's the most difficult
master
thing you have to
schedule.
do? Whether it's going to be a snow day or what,
Oh,
you know,
right.
it's that kind of a thing that really gets people all worked up.
Yeah.
And that's why we're just trying to share as much as we can, because ultimately,
Yeah.
it is your decision.
You're right, I got you. All righty,
All right?
thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
All righty, Dr. McComas and Mr. Buckle, right?
Yeah.
All righty.
So, and thank you, Mr. Poor. I'm going to play with my clicker and make sure I've got, yep, okay, I'm working. So good evening, members of the board. Mr. Buckle, our principal of our middle school, and myself are bringing forward a presentation, an informational presentation this evening. As all of you probably recall, our middle school is a cornerstone of our strategic plan, and it is a particular focus for us. If you also recall, last year in the second semester, we brought forward a presentation that Mr. Buckle and Ms. Melvin, our assistant principal, did last year on the changes and enhancements that we've been making at the middle school. This year, we're bringing this forward earlier. Last year, it was brought forward in March, kind of in the middle of the budget season. So I felt like it kind of got a little lost, and because it is part of our strategic plan, I thought a mid-year check-in would be good. So this year's presentation at this point focuses on climate and culture. And so I want to take a few minutes for anyone who's not familiar with our educational jargon. In education, we refer to school climate and culture as two things. Culture, of course, is the way people interact and treat one another day in and day out, right? Whether that's student-to-student interaction, faculty, staff to student, or faculty, staff to one another, and of course with our parents and our community members. So school culture, and an example here in our board room is if you look around, you see our mission, vision, and value statements. So oftentimes organizations and schools express that culture in written form in their mission, vision, values. At our KCMS, we use the core values statement related to knowledge, community, mindfulness, success. In addition to that holistic piece of culture, how do we measure that, right? How do we know if a school climate or school culture is getting better, getting worse? We all have qualitative ways of knowing that, but we also look at some quantitative measures, and that's often referred to as climate data. And that can be a wide variety of measures. Multiple measures are what we look at. So we have a balance and a comprehensive look at things. Some of those measurement points are things like attendance, student discipline. Grades can also sometimes be looked at that as part of climate, extracurricular opportunities, levels of students' engagement in extracurricular opportunities. So again, we look at multiple measures to gauge, is a school making progress? Are they falling behind? And so I just kind of wanted to set the context in case anybody says, what is school, what is this culture and climate? And I think, is this where I hand over to you, Mr. Buckle? I'm
Turn it
sorry,
over
because
to
I'll
me. I
keep
think so.
talking.
I think so. So good evening, everyone. So I'm going to go through the next few slides and try and talk a little bit about the climate and the culture that we've tried to build over the last 2.5 years here at Kent County Middle School. And so really, how do we cultivate this productive, positive community at a school? And so it's kind of like 3 groups here, 3 buckets. So you have your experiences that all the students are going to have those opportunities to experience middle school life, the awareness campaigns that we do through our student support and our counseling services, and then the social emotional curriculum supports there. So it's kind of a wide approach that we take here to promote this positive school culture and community. Really, the whole goal is to strive to increase student empathy, their compassion towards one another, and the adults in their lives, whether that be teachers, parents, whoever it might be. And I think over the last 2.5 years, we really worked very, very hard to make Kent County Middle School a very safe place for our students. So
I'll
kind of
go.
where we're going.
Let me know when you want me to.
And you can switch to slide 4.
Sorry,
All right.
Mr. Buckle. Thank you.
All right, so, we've worked closely with a lot of organizations and, of course, in our school system, and then outside organizations through like Echo Hill and different things. But so, kind of starting like from 5th grade into 6th grade, how do we build that community?
And so each spring, fifth graders go to Echo Hill for a day, all three elementary schools. And so that's really the first opportunity for those students to all kind of be introduced to one another, to kind of start building those relationships that hopefully will last until they graduate. Obviously, they'll be together till then. And then our jump start day is kind of like our first day of school, right? So the first day is just the sixth grade at the middle school. And so we really work hard because middle school is tough. Locks are particularly tough. And it's a high stress thing for sixth graders. So we spend a lot of time that first day, we spend about 45 minutes just kind of going over how to open a lock and how to manage your locker and all of those things that are stressing the little guys out, right, when they come in. And, by now they're old pros and they're fast, right? We go through our lunch procedures, we go through our bell schedules, kind of just explain all of our expectations. They walk through their schedule. It's really a day just for them, and the entire staff is there for them. So everyone, whether they teach sixth grade or not, is out in the halls helping these guys that whole first day. So it's really a great day, and we kind of just, build that positive energy starting for it with that. And then sixth grade, of course, goes to Echo Hill, and that's their overnight trip. Which again is another opportunity to build some of those relationships, but it also supports that science curriculum through sixth grade. And it's kind of like been a long-standing thing at Kent County Public Schools for a long, long time. I didn't get to go, but I'm old, so. But it's been around for a long, long time. And then of course, Challenge Day is an outside agency that comes in, works primarily with our seventh graders. Challenge Day is another one of those. If you haven't experienced it, it's a day-long opportunity for students to, again, build those empathy, build that compassion, understanding of diversity, and that we're all kind of in the same boat, right? Title I, we've really worked hard. Mr. Johnson, Tyree Johnson's our Title I family liaison. He's worked very hard to build a strong Title I community. He does 3 major events. We do a fall family night. We do our math and magic, which we just had right before the break. And in the spring, we usually do a huge outdoor event, a big family focus. 2 years ago, we did a movie. Last year, we had the bubble soccer, and we have a whole bunch of other community agencies that come out. So it's a big deal, and there's a couple hundred people out there. All right, so what else? We relaunched our science night and fair. Last year was the first year we brought that back in a long time to Kent County Middle School. It was a huge success. It's actually, we're going to expand it this year. We'll be in the gym. Last year in the cafeteria, we were packed in there. It was a great turnout. And then also this year we brought in, we were going to have our yearbook will return. We actually have a yearbook class. We actually have a newspaper class this fall. Dr. Everett is teaching both of those. And the newspaper has been putting out monthly editions. And Mr. Queen's daughter is our editor-in-chief on that. All right, extracurriculars. So again, we still partner with some of our same outside agencies with Manery's Dream. We still have our AAE BB program that runs. And then we also have added some things. So some of the new things that we've put in just this year, some have started last year, but I kind of focused just on this year. So new this year, we now have a reading club during the day. And then we also, the Swanson family actually came in and started a creativity club. So it's kind of a catch-all club. They do, they have a great group of kids that come out and they do all kinds of creative things, whether it be, reading, writing, makerspace type things. They kind of do everything. And it's been a great little group that gets to meet once a week with them. Chess Club we started last year. We still do our tutoring. We also added Boys and Girls Club of America this year. They're partnering with us for after school. Student leadership, we started last year. I will hit that a little bit later and give you a little more detail about that, but that's another opportunity for student leaders in our building. Our green team is also new. That's part of being in green school. So we now have a green team in our school of students working to, promote green spaces and all of those great things at the school. Makerspace, which we've had for quite a while. Our National Junior Honor Society is thriving. We've kind of reinvigorated that. So a lot of stuff going on, right? I think I'm good for the next one.
Yep, athletics.
our athletics. So boys and girls soccer has been around for a number of years. It's thriving. We have more athletes than we do jerseys. We'll put it that way. But I will tell you that our coaches have been excellent about rotating the students. And so they post rosters and everybody gets an opportunity to play at least a game, or most of them get to play multiple games, even though we can't have, 40 kids out at every game. So we've had great turnout for soccer. We were also able this fall to add a field hockey club. Miss McGee and Miss Fairher kind of spearheaded that. And so that was a great opportunity. And you'll have to tell me the number. I can't remember, but you had well over a dozen.
We had 13 kids come
I was
out
gonna say,
twice a week, yeah.
I knew you had well over a
Yeah.
dozen, at least a dozen. But yeah, 13 students came out and participated with that. I think we're well on our way to being able to establish a field hockey team, get some competition with some other schools moving forward. Girls on the Run's a club we started last year, maybe the year before. It is a running club. It is also a mentor club. It has been excellent for some of our young ladies, and they get to, obviously they train to run a 5K, but there's also a lot of empowerment and lessons that go along with that club. Basketball, boys and girls basketball has been thriving. We now have a JV, quote unquote JV squad. And we had a game tonight. So we had a co-ed JV game with our boys and girls JV players kind of competing against one another. And then our varsity games after that. Cheerleading has also been great. Spring soccer club. And then our hope is that this year we're going to be able to start a tennis club with, again, the idea, much like field hockey, that we'll be able to expand that, get enough interest to develop competitive teams in the future. This is awesome. All right. So some of the community building things that we have done over the last months and years. Changing Perspectives is an outside organization that partners with Kent County Public Schools. And specifically this year, we've brought them in to work with our counselors, our social workers, and help support the curriculum around social emotional development. They have worked very closely with our counselors to support our awareness campaigns. Obviously, they're also helping to drive some of the discussions around social emotional learning. They have also done many proactive circles. We've done about 13, I guess, this fall. We'll have at least that many in the spring. And really, this is all about like self-management, relationship skills, kind of maintaining those focuses around those proactive student-centered discussions. The campaigns that we run through our counseling office, and these typically end up being a week focused on these topics. So we do a suicide prevention week. We have a bullying prevention. Unity Day was part of our bullying prevention week. And this year for Unity Day, all our counselors, staff, students were encouraged to wear the color orange to show unity. We have a substance abuse misuse prevention week. We do a healthy relationships and personal safety week. So it's kind of like, what is a good relationship, what isn't a good relationship, and also how to keep yourself safe, not only in the building, but outside of the building. And then usually we wrap up the year sometime in May-ish is the mental health awareness week that's run. And again, all of those campaigns have been longstanding things within Kent County Public Schools, but Changing Perspectives has kind of brought a little bit of a fresh take to some of those and some extra resources. So it's really kind of like reinvigorated some of those weeks here at the middle school. All right. Still me too, yeah. Okay. All right. So our resources that we've kind of instilled over the years. The Cook Center is a resource that is relatively new this year. Cook Center is a free. It's wonderful resources. They're linked on our our website. And they have resources for parents, students, and staff. For those of you that get the Sunday messages, you've got links to these in November when we had our tragedy within the system. We sent a lot of these resources out for families and students and for our staff as well. We've also, obviously, I talked about the Title I events, changing perspective, student leadership. Again, the student leadership group, I kind of will get into this a little bit later in the presentation, but that is another opportunity that we developed last year to try and give students another opportunity to lead in their school, to help plan and organize events, spirit ideas, things of that nature, basically building those positive events within the building. Our parent focus group, so Miss Christine Clark is our community school specialist, and she's really spearheaded a lot of this. And just last week, she had the first Partner Up, which was a parent focus group. They met in the morning, they had a little light breakfast, and they had some nice discussions. And it was kind of like a miniaturized version of our community conversations, where they had some tables set up with some different topics, and the parents that attended went and kind of spoke to those topics, and wrote some notes down. So just, again, a way to engage the parents, get their feedback, and try and increase their voice within the school. Also, additionally, I wanted to note, she has really pushed a lot of our community resources and focusing with community organizations through Ms. Clark, our counselors, and the partnership with the community. We were able to reach 58 families this year through our Angel Tree project, which is basically buying gifts for students in need, which is huge. 58 of our students received gifts from not just our school, but from outside community members and community organizations that chip together to get everything that these kids needed. They also put on a huge canned food drive and raised well over 1,000 canned goods for the Lions Club, which is impressive. The Lions Club was overwhelmed. They had to bring in a trailer, and pretty impressive. So can't speak enough to the work that those guys have done. And then, of course, the Peace Team is something that's been in our school for quite a while. I think we will get into the sort of the gist of what the Peace Team does for us a little bit later, but that's another resource from the community that we've brought in, bolster all of this positivity and student support.
Thank you.
All right.
So, this first part of the presentation is really about the proactive things that we do to prevent students from having difficulty, prevent students from struggling, and to build relationships and connections. But we know that this is a human endeavor, right? And that student conflict happens, conflict emerges. So then the natural question is, so what do we do, right? When all of this proactive work, something goes astray and we have conflict between students. And so when we talk about student conflict, there's always the intervention, the consequences of behavior, and of course the restoration. The restoration is important because we have to live together, work together, right? We have to still be in the same school, still in the same classrooms, especially since we have one school. There's less opportunity in Kent County compared to other places to maybe transfer schools and things like that. So that's, the sort of mindset that we have. So at this point, I'm going to ask Mr. Buckle to kind of talk us through what's our process, right, when there's conflict among students.
Right. So we kind of broke this down into 4 parts. Obviously, someone has to notify us about what's going on, right? Sometimes it comes from the parents, sometimes it comes from the students, sometimes it comes from faculty. We get that notification in some way, shape, or form, in person, email, phone call, whatever it might be, right? The next step really is to kind of do that investigation. So we sit down, we gather all the information. Obviously, let's just take this as if it was a incident between 2 individuals. We would obviously speak with both individuals, get their takes separately, compare kind of what's happening, whether that one of those individuals be a teacher, the other be a student, whatever the conflict might be, or whatever. Gather that evidence, kind of discuss this, and again, this is stuff that happens every single day, whether it be big or small, we kind of go through these four kind of phases. And then we would take that and discuss what the next steps are, right? And so then that's kind of like your response to it. So again, we say, all right, did you Did you call out in class and disrupt the entire class? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. We found the evidence that this happened. We know from talking with the teacher, this is what you did, and you've told us this is what you've done. So here's your consequence for this action, whatever that might be. Depending on what the code of conduct is and how severe the disruption or whatever it is, we'll administer that that sort of punishment, I guess, so to speak. And then we get to that restoration piece, which is kind of where we've been striving to improve and really push over the last couple of years with our restorative practice work with ACAMIN and the peace team. So this is where we sit down and we have those mediations. Now, sometimes the mediation can be between the student and the adult. Obviously, if the teacher got upset because the student did something that harmed the teacher and, you know, emotionally, whatever, then we want to have a conversation where they both get to say their piece, right, and move forward. If it's two students, same idea. If it's a student that just maybe disrupted the entire class, that could also be a mediation or a restoration where it's a whole class circle and we talk about, okay, you know, student did this and it took away from all of us. So like, how do they fix it? What can they do to make it better, you know, in the future? And so it's pretty powerful how that's worked out. And there's a lot of sorries and a lot of apologies that come out of these things that probably wouldn't if we didn't have these sort of circles and these mediations. But it really does kind of establish that relationship back, and it kind of moves forward rather than, okay, I just got punished and I'll come back, I'll just do it again, because it's more than just a lunch detention or you got suspended or you got ISS or whatever it might be, right? You know, that's, everybody can kind of do those things, move back to their, but it's when you have to face the harm that you cause someone and actually apologize and actually move forward and have a discussion about, and you hear from them like, look, it really scared me when you yelled out in class and whatever, you know, as another student telling a student that, those things are the most powerful pieces of that. And that's really where you start to see that restorative work pay off. And you see that pause in the middle school brain that doesn't always pause because they kind of lack that capacity, but they do pause when they have heard from their peers that they didn't like certain action or behavior.
So
And then our
then,
peace team. So Community Mediation of the Upper Shore offers a specific group under their umbrella called the Peace Team. And the Peace Team's been working with us for a while now. We really expanded their role this year. So they come in weekly to our building and they check in with us. And sometimes we say, okay, well, we have, you know, these two students that need a mediation or whatever. If we don't, which is it's not that we have mediation every single week, but any of the students that they've ever worked with, they will pull them and meet with them just to do check-ins. So it's really great because they routinely are there, they're doing the check-ins, they're following up. It's not just a one and done sort of mediation session. So far this fall, they've done 19 student mediation sessions. And again, some of these are very quick, some of these are very fast, some of these are one-on, you know, two students. Some of these are larger groups. The beauty of the Peace Team is not just that they take some of the time-consuming hours off of our plate, because it does take a lot of time to sit down and come to a resolution with students. It's not a 5-minute process. It could be an hour process. It could be longer. But the really nice part about the Community Peace Team is that if this is a deeper issue that's not just between the students and it actually is between families, which we have had, and again, we're a small community, so sometimes family conflicts between families run deep. They will actually go into the community and meet with parents and you know, the greater community to try and mediate and come to some resolutions. So they have been a huge asset to bring in. And I can't say enough about the work they do in our building. And again, that's all through Community Mediation of the Upper Shore. It's all free to us. We just have them in the building. So it's been a great resource.
And I'll pick up here. So, students have conflict, and we know middle school students in particular with their developmental age have conflict a lot. And so is every conflict bullying, right? Because we know the term bullying is used often. And I wanted to take this opportunity to talk specifically about bullying. And of course, the middle school is the school that we're discussing in this case. So as Mr. Buckle described, we know once we are notified there's a conflict, however that notice comes in, we begin digging in to understand what's at the heart of the matter, what happened, who said what, who did what, where is it coming from? And in that process, you really start to see, is this a one-off conflict? I've had students in hallways where they bump into each other, and maybe one's having a bad day, and they took that bump as an intentional issue, and then you're having a conflict. Or is this something that's more significant, right? Something that's more repetitive. And so that's where we start to get into, is this an everyday kind of conflict, or is this a repetitive, more serious situation that rises to the threshold of bullying? And so I wanted to kind of take a minute to talk about that. Whoops, too many buttons here. So what is bullying? And what you have on the screen here is the official definition that we use here in the state of Maryland. We know bullying is unwanted behavior, right, where one person is intentionally threatening and intimidating another. And there's sort of two key aspects here, that imbalance of power, right, where the character who is the bully is trying to impose their will on the other person. And then it's repetitive, right? It's not just that one-off, two people are having a bad moment and they both maybe raise their voice with each other, or maybe even have a physical confrontation. Bullying is sort of this ongoing psychological engagement where one individual tries to use their power, whatever power it is that they exert, right? Whether that's physical presence, if that could be social control, to control and harm the other person. So that's a pretty high threshold there. Next one. Part of that bullying, we always say, I want to take a minute here and talk about cyberbullying, because we know that with the advent of technology, bullying has also morphed, right? It's no longer just two kids in the hallway or in the playground at recess or lunchtime who are over in the corner having an issue. But we know today a great deal of bullying is connected to the cyber world, rather that students are accessing that through their own cell phones or maybe laptops or tablets, right? And so cyberbullying is an aspect of bullying that is becoming more and more persistent when we're talking about bullying and general conflict. And of course, the nature of cyberbullying will continue to expand as technology becomes more pervasive. But I think it's important to take a moment to sort of see that connection between much of the conflicts are emerging in the cyber sphere. And then coming into the schools, or happening, late at night. It could be 10:30 at night and students are miles and miles apart, but yet there still is that possibility of how technology is providing this means of communication and intimidation. And of course, harassment and intimidation are part of that, that ongoing demeaning actions towards one, and again, that idea to create control of another person through intimidation or retaliation. So there are the sort of definitions that rise to that. And so I want to take a moment here to make sure that everyone knows how to access our KCPS. It's not just ours, it's the State Bullying and Reporting Forum. If you go to our main website, you will see quick links. It's one of the first things that pops up. There's a series of those. I put the big arrow there. It says bullying prevention, because we would rather you fill out the form and give us the information. We will dig in and understand what's going on. If you click on that quick link that's on our main web page, it takes you to this page, and you'll see right there the bullying, harassment, intimidation reporting form, and the form is also posted in Spanish. When that form is filled out, it's a digital form. And several people get copies of that. I know Dr. Walker in our student services gets a copy of that. The principal of whatever school it is gets a copy of that. Dr. Walker keeps me informed as things come in. And then, of course, the school team, and Mr. Poor also gets a copy of that. So there's multiple people. That form doesn't just go to a single person. It goes to multiple people to make sure that people are alerted. I also, before we get into that, I also want to go back. While I showed you the main webpage, on our main webpage across the top, if you're someone who prefers tabs, if you go to, I think it's Student Support Services, you're going to see it takes you to that same page, this page here. So there's multiple ways to access this form directly on our website. And if you have the mobile app on your phone, you can access it. I feel like I'm doing a commercial, but if you have the mobile KCPS app, you have access to that form right there on your phone, on the side of the soccer field, in your car, wherever you're at. So I just want to make sure that people know how to access that. So let's look at what our bullying data is for Kent County. And of course, the middle school is the highlight of our presentation because the middle school is the cornerstone of our strategic plan.
Can I just ask one thing?
Yes, sir.
I'm looking at this website here, so after you report all this, it says submit. Who does it go to?
It comes to Dr. Walker, the principal, Mr. Poor.
Okay, it's really right on the webpage, on the first page. It's right there.
Yep. Thank you. So when we look at our data, and this is the last 3 years because I always like to put trend data out there, we can see that across the board, we see declining reporting, in terms of the numbers are going down, whether that's at the elementary level, the middle school, or the high school. And I will say the high school had no bullying forms filled out in this fall semester. We know the 2025-26 data is, we're only halfway through the school year. So that data is not a complete data set yet. So we'll see what happens in the spring semester.
One other quick question.
Yes.
When someone reports this, it goes to like 3 or 4 people.
Yes.
Do they reach out to the person individually in a private setting, or they don't call their parents, or how does that work?
Yeah, so the school administration goes back to that process that Mr. Buckle shared, because the form is our notice, right? We're getting notification that there's a problem. So the school administration begins the investigation process. So they start meeting with the student. Let's say if I'm the one who submitted the form, right? My principal or assistant principal is going to call me in and say, tell me what's going on. I see here you said this. Give me more information. And that's where, when we get into the investigation, is where we really start to understand. We have sometimes instances, and this is not all, always the case, but in some instances, somebody will say, well, I'm being bullied. And when we say, well, who and where and how, and start getting into those real specifics, sometimes students are either afraid to share that, or they'll sometimes just say, I don't know, I don't know who, they don't give names, right? And that kind of course makes it hard to continue that investigation.
Because they don't want to give names, because they don't want it to go back to the person that's doing
Right.
it, and then they get bullied more.
And so that's where we begin then to broaden that investigation, right? Where is this happening? Is it happening in the cafeteria? Is it happening at recess? Is it happening on your cell phone, right? Is where, so then we start digging in, we start talking to witnesses, we start talking to parents, right? And so that's where, that alert is the thing that triggers us to say we need to look at what's going on and understand more fully what's going
Can I
on.
ask
Can I
a
in-
question? So when, Mr. Buckle had the 4 steps, the complaint, the investigation, the restoration or whatever.
Yeah.
So let's say the conflict is between 2 students. It's
Yep.
not a student and a staff member.
Right.
When you get down towards the resolution part, is the parent brought in so that sometimes,
It depends. I mean, sometimes, yes. So
yeah,
just kind of to go back to the form, so
Yeah.
the initial reporting form, that's a state form.
Right.
But there's also a state investigation form that we have to fill out as well. So like when we do our investigation, there's like a whole bunch of steps that we have to fill out.
The
within
other
that
reason I'm
form.
asking is that I just, again, been a long time since I was a kid.
Right.
But just wondering sometimes just, and I'm also a law and order kind of black and white. There aren't a lot of gray points in my life, that I feel like part of the consequence needs to include the parent, and so that the parent actually knows that this happened, because,
Right.
you know,
So I will say that the reporting form and the investigation and the follow-up, so there's really three parts to it. It's the reporting, the investigation form, and then there's letters that go home
okay,
to anyone that, you know, is founded or
Okay.
unfounded or whatever
Yeah.
involved. But on top of all of that, the fact that this is a state form and the gravity of that, it does resonate with the kids. And I mean, you can kind of look at our data. I can tell you that first year that we came in, anytime we had a major conflict, we were like, we would fill the forms out with the students. Like, we're doing the form because the form itself becomes a deterrent. And I don't know that we have any case that has
I just wondered if
repeated
you had
after the
some
form's been done and
kids
it's
who have
been
become
processed.
career bullies.
Well,
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. So
Yeah.
doing the form, I don't think we've ever had a student that has had, we've ever had, if you were reported as a bully, we deemed you as a bully, like, it stops and ends with that form. Like, it never continues. Like, we haven't had that since we've been there.
okay,
It's been a huge deterrent, and I think you can look at that first year. I mean, we had a lot, but we had a lot to clean up, that most of you will remember. It was a little bit of a hot mess, right? But then look at last year, we had less than 10, and this year we only are at 5. So, I think
I-
we're moving
yeah.
in the right direction.
Yeah, and I would say, Ms. McGee, I think one of the areas, as I have been digging in, and I've been spending a great deal of time this year at the middle school, I will tell you that I think one of the areas for us to continue to improve on is those lower level conflicts and making sure that we're following up with parents on those. Because I know as a school administrator, you can have, just today, I was there during 6th and 7th grade lunch period. We had 2 little 6th graders over at the condiment table. I swear it was that classic, like, you know, like they both reach for something and next thing you know, they're kind of like, hey, you know, they're sort of feeling out of sorts with one another. I know when I left, Mr. Buckle was mediating with those 2 young men, and that's the kind of thing
but
that
that sounds like that was a conflict, that wasn't bullying.
that
Oh,
was
yeah,
not
absolutely.
bullying, but my point is, you asked about making sure that parents are in that
Yeah,
loop.
right,
And
right,
that's
yeah.
what I'm saying is, I think in the more serious cases, families are in that conversation. I think these lower level things is an area that we
Okay.
could probably do better. And because I know, like in that case, and I'm not speaking for Mr. Buckle, because I was there for 2 lunches and I had to get back here to get ready for this evening. But that's the kind of thing that I know as a school administrator, I've mediated. I'm moving on because the bell's ringing. I've got to get down to the next lunch shift. And maybe I didn't call that parent, but that needs to happen. So I think that's an area that I certainly would say, you know, we're always working to improve on.
No, and I wasn't looking to
Yeah.
do anything other than try to get some information. I'm not
Yeah.
pointing fingers at anybody. I'm just kind of wondering,
Right.
when you lower the boom, so to
Right.
speak.
And I know this side of the table had some questions earlier. I was going to wait till we got through, but since we've broken into questions, I want to make sure that we go ahead and give
Well,
you a
yeah,
chance.
I did have one about the state form. You said
Mm-hmm.
that there's 3 forms or 3
So it's kind of like 3
stages
parts
that
to
you go
this.
through.
Yeah.
So you're
There's
saying
2
that
forms.
when these bullying reports are written, that the parent receives a form from the state to say to give the final.
No, so like as a parent, they do the form. Let's just say the parent did
Yeah, they done
the
the form
reporting form. And then as administrators in the building, we do the investigation form, which gets filled out. Both of those get sent to Dr. Walker for her records. But there's also form letters that have been generated by Dr. Walker that then we send to, you know, parents. So, dear Mrs. Smith, you know, your child, Johnny, was reported, you know, in this form, an investigation was done, whatever. It's a
So
form
parents
letter.
are notified
So
when
they
a
get that
complaint has been
letter
made
that's
about their
sent as well.
child.
Right.
But if you're the parent of let's say if there is a bully,
Right,
obviously whatever consequence, you're gonna get notified of that. It's not like we don't call the parents if there's a consequence.
But what
We
I'm,
can't necessarily call the victim, I mean,
No, I totally
we would call
understand
that
that.
family and say, look, we've taken
Yeah.
care of this,
I'll get to it.
discipline's been issued, we can't give you the details of that.
okay, but you do inform them that it's been taken care of,
Oh,
because
yeah.
that's the one thing I, at times has been failed to see. So, I assume that we're like working on it and making it a better situation. From what I'm hearing now is that each form is answered, each form is, you know, you let them know you received it, let them know, the result as far as not what you did to another student, but that, we did investigate, we are working on it, because that's part of building trust, and that's part of when you have, the bullying part, or the parent feeling that a child is unsafe,
Right.
because of the environment that we're in now, and then, feeling like they need their cell phone. Some of these things are running together. So the more you build trust with the parents and be more open with them, the better some of the other stuff will go over. Which means that we can't, you know, like, make them feel like we're sweeping things under the rug, or their child does not matter as much. Like you were just saying, if it's something small, you even want to address that to make people feel more comfortable, because you don't know what's really small or what's really big until you address it. And a question that I had was, with the bullying in 2023 to 24, and it's a great number. Now, I can't see how many reports it was, because,
Yeah, it's just shy
don't know
of
how to
30,
read that.
so if you give me a moment, I can give you the exact number.
and the other question to that, you said you very seldom had repeat. At one
We haven't
time, I
had
believe there were repeat
100% of the form, like, that, we've never had a repeat of the
about the
same,
same persons.
you know, so if it's been, Chris McGee was reported as a bully, we've never gotten another one back for, after it's been a.
That's because my mother made sure I couldn't
Yeah.
sit down for a
I
week.
know.
Right, so.
And a lot of these aren't, I'm sorry,
No,
okay,
go ahead.
but a lot of that, like I said, we use, the form really is a deterrent, because when the student knows that their name has now been put on a state document that has gone to student services, there's records of it. It's more than just a teacher sent an email saying you did something wrong. The gravity of that does resonate with the middle school students, and it has stopped. And again, a lot of those that first year, we proactively said, we're doing these forms. You have done something wrong. We're filling out a form on you. And we ourselves as administrators did a lot of those forms just because of the deterrent within that form. But most, I would say most of our forms now, last year and this year, typically don't resolve. The investigation doesn't come out as bullying. Most end up being conflicts.
I can believe that, for this year and last year.
Yeah.
I just, 2023, 24, I believe that some of the reports may have been written more than once on one student, or by more than one student on that one student. I also, I'm not sure all the reports were addressed. And I'm glad that they are now. You know, more time is being taken out. I know you did a presentation last year on that. And I said then, I'm so glad we see children as individuals, not as in grouping them, et cetera, because that's very important. But, you know, just to be honest, I don't believe that 2023, and I have my own reasons for that, and 24, that there wasn't a student that had more than one bullying report written. I also do not believe that all reports were answered. And that's something that, you know, I myself felt strongly about, that every report should be answered, and I'm sure I'm not the only person. So like I said, if that has changed, I appreciate it. I'm sure the children appreciate it, the parents appreciate it, and we really have to continue to work on that. So I'm glad that this presentation came forth, so we have the opportunity to see, you know, see the plan that you have proposed to, you know, try to keep it up and everything. And also the restoration phase. I was going to ask, do you do that for every situation every student, every time, because sometimes, we'll do, according to how we feel it's important, and I feel like every student is important and things that affect them. Because it could be something that we may not feel like is important, but affect that child, you know, to the point where even follow them through the rest of their life because of it. So we can't take anything for granted on that. And it would be good if this process is used in every situation, because in those situations, we're not talking about bullying. We're talking about, you know, probably, that brings to the other thing. Preventive measures is very important. So if we use that, then we would deal with kind of like hit it off in the beginning by preventive measures.
Right.
Because what we say is we don't want fights. I've heard this for years. We don't want fights. We don't want this. We don't want that. But when it comes times for those who are in authority or whatever to enforce the preventive measures, a lot of time it does not get done, so it ends up being a fight. I remember when they had the video that the Mothers of Liberty or Moms of Liberty or whoever it was had put with the board, and then they took and they had the children or someone had them. I'm not going to accuse them of doing it. It was all in the same video though. Where the kids had all these recordings, some recordings was 2-3 years prior, but they put them all in there and had the kids fighting and this, that, and the other. Some of the parents were very upset because their child was put on social media. And I seen all the posts under it, and the posts, a lot of their parents were saying how that their child had been bullied over and over again, and as a result of that, the child ended up getting into a fight, and they didn't think it was fair because the post made their child look like that they were someone who was violent or just wanted to fight, but they didn't have a way out.
Right, and perhaps I'm not familiar with what exactly that was, but
was a long
the
time
idea
before
of
you-
like without context. But I appreciate your point, Miss Dorsey, because this is part of us bringing this forward is to be forthright and show people where we are in our process of transforming our middle school. And you're right, trust is at the core of it, and I think it ties back to that communication with parents. So I hope that, you know, oh, go ahead, yes, go
I
ahead.
did. So when because I'm looking on the site right now, and when I click on the link, there's a Word doc that comes up. You were saying that there's an electronic form. So the form that's on the computer just seems to be something that someone would need to print out. I'm assuming the electronic form is only through the
There
app.
should, when I opened it earlier, it's like a form that you could fill in.
Yeah. You're right.
What if,
You could fill it in, but then you'd have to print it out, and then
what if a parent doesn't have access to technology?
They can contact this can be printed.
Yeah, but they'd have to have a computer to be able to print
Right,
it from.
and they
they
can
can-
also contact the school and we can
Okay.
fill it out
We have
with them.
We have print versions in the counseling office and the main office.
and it sounds like
Sure.
you're
Oh, I know what I'm thinking of the feedback form. I'll show you
Okay,
later.
okay. The app, I guess, is the way that you could file a form electronically.
Right,
Okay. And then when I'm
and
looking,
I'll follow up and double check, because that's my
okay.
understanding.
okay. What I'm not seeing when I'm looking at this site is I'm not seeing what to expect. So when I think as a parent, I'm trying, okay, I'm gonna fill out this form, what happens next? And this does not explain anything about what happens next.
Okay.
And I think that would really help to be able to say, okay, now I know what to expect, this is who I've turned it into, and then I should expect some type of follow-up within this time frame. And I think that would really help to build trust too, because then if I as a parent can then come back to school and say, well, this is what we're saying on the website is the time frame, and there just doesn't seem to be an agreed upon timeline for when to expect follow-up. On these
That's
things.
great feedback. I will definitely work with the team. Mr. DeVille and I can work on that website piece so that that communication is upfront to help people with expectations.
And can I say one more thing?
Sure.
Since there has been in the past where parents did not hear back from their bullying reports.
Right.
And whose hand that was in, I don't know, but or who was responsible, because like she says, it's not on there who you contact, or maybe it's not even on there, like you said, the time frame, so they wouldn't even be, they don't know when to expect anything. So if they don't get anything at all, they don't know if
Yeah.
it's just the way that it's done or what. But what I do want to know that if so happened, because now we're implementing, all of this, as far as, what's going to be done, how it's going to be done. So I just wanted to know, and for those who may be listening, if they do not hear from anyone, if so happens that starts
Sure.
again, and they do not hear that their bullying report has been received, what is the policy on that?
Right.
So they have
And I
what the
wa-
rights are.
I appreciate you bringing that up. So I'll make sure Mr. DeVilio and I, as we add more information to this site, they know what to do if they don't hear back. So their first point of contact probably will be the principal, right? So if they don't hear from the principal, they can always reach out to the Director of Student Services. That's Dr. Vienna Walker at this point. And of course, if you don't have success with Dr. Walker, you're always welcome to call the superintendent's office. So we'll add that into, to add along with Ms. McKenzie's recommendation. I think that's great feedback for us. Absolutely. Because people, when they're at this point, they're feeling upset and anxious, right? And so it's important for people to then have realistic expectations of what happens next, when should I hear, and if I don't hear, what are their next steps? So they're all very reasonable points and feedback for us. So thank you.
Yeah, and plus with bullying, generally, if a student is being bullied, I think it takes a minute for someone to just go and fill out a bullying report. It's evidently experience that they've had over and over, or in other incidents, and feel like this is the step that they should take.
Sure.
I feel like if the things that we have talked about today are implemented and continued, then you'll find that people will not turn to filling out the bullying report as being, the measure that
Right,
they'll
they
take,
feel like,
because
as we're
they'll
more
feel like that
responsive.
people, yes, is going to listen, and that the problem will get solved in another way. I mean, they really don't want to, especially over and over. Then you'll find also that people will fill out a bullying report quicker when they've already had a lot of previous times that no one answered. Okay?
yeah.
So in order to stop those things, then foundationally, something has to be in place that would make them feel like, someone cares.
Agreed.
Can I ask Mr. Buckles
Sure.
something? I'm curious, because I'm looking at the last 3 years, and I don't know if there's a correlation or not. Has the bullying always been, going to you said how how serious the consequences to know that your name is going to go into some sort of state database, so to speak. How long has that been the case?
As far as I know,
Yeah.
since these forms have been around,
Oh,
I did
really?
want to address,
Yeah.
just to Miss Dorsey's point, because I know, looking back at that 23, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe the letters just started last year. The form letters, like the
That's a state level.
procedure. for us to have
That's
to
because
do
I
that at state level.
wondered if that
But-
has played a role in why it is so consequential now.
It's always been the case since I've been an
we heard a bunch of
administrator.
crap, and,
Right.
the experiences that Ms. Dorsey is referencing, that, I personally was not aware that, somebody's name went on a state database. I mean, I
That's
thought that maybe
yeah, I
was a
don't know how.
fairly new thing, which would, it's kind of curious that it's only now starting to have a consequence. That's why it made me think it was a fairly new thing.
Well,
As long as I've been in
Okay,
which is almost 10 years now as administrator.
Yeah.
Since I've been an administrator, as assistant principal at the high school, we always had,
okay,
when this form was about it, that was,
Yeah.
we always had to send them to
okay, that's good to
central
know.
office.
Okay.
Where they
Yeah.
go from there,
right,
Gotcha.
right. So the state really developed this, I think probably in the last 15 years.
Okay.
So I think when I came into education, there was not a state bullying reporting form. And I don't know the year offhand, but it was significantly before the pandemic. Then the state started with the state bullying and reporting form. And I think, each year you see legislation in the General Assembly related to this topic. And I think the state continues to refine its process as well.
Well, I know at one time too, that they didn't have it online, so you had to turn it in to the office, which, sometimes it didn't go any further than that.
Well, that's what I
And
was
then people
wondering.
didn't know
Yeah,
where it was.
yeah.
It had to go,
Yeah.
it was at the schools first, and then it had to somehow get over to the board at the end of the year. And if it was never addressed, you wouldn't even know it.
Right.
Matter of fact, it somewhat got lost in the middle.
That's why I was asking that.
Right.
Alden, as a
Yeah.
student, questions where we are right now? I mean, you're the oldest of three youngsters, including, or two of the younger brothers in middle school?
No, just one.
Just, that's right, Kato's, yeah, okay. What, do you have any questions? What's been your experience?
That's a
Well-
broad question.
Well, let me rephrase that. I don't expect you've ever been a bully, but I'm just wondering, you hear things. Do you have questions about the presentation Mr. Buckles giving? It
This is
is,
a very comprehensive presentation. I really liked hearing about all the programming. I feel like that's expanded a lot since I've been there. I was there in the middle of COVID, so obviously we weren't allowed to have a lot of stuff going on, and also,
and then you missed a year. Well, you
Did I?
weren't, your
Yeah.
first year of high school, you were on the road, but yeah.
and I also heard that the principals changed, like, I think multiple times while I was in middle school, and then again after I left. So that I think was turbulent for like a lot of my friends who are younger grades, I heard. But
And I think that
my-
may have also had something to do with lack of consistency in how we followed through and how we filed things and what the consequences were. I think it's nice to have the same person for a couple of years. Yeah,
Instability is not good for a school.
yeah.
It's not. And I think, we can look, and I appreciate Ms. Swanson pointing out, we have, and that's part of why I said, if we're going to talk about, our school climate and culture, it needs to be comprehensive, right? It needs to paint a full picture for everyone's understanding, because these things do have interplay. Our teachers, started with restorative practices, professional development last year, right? There was a small team that had like an initial thing the year before, right? So they're building their capacity around mediation. We are expanding our access to the Peace Team, a free resource to our school and student support. So again, as we continually work on improving and creating a positive, productive school environment for everyone, we see the impact, right? So, and we're always open to feedback and continuous improvement. So,
I think
okay.
there'll be an opportunity at some point, maybe before this school year's over, that I'd like to have a similar kind of presentation by the high school.
Yeah, I can certainly work with the high school and bring that forward.
I know the middle school's core to our strategic plan. I totally understand that, and I know this is basically a continuation of what started last year, but these aren't issues that are only middle school issues.
You're right, and we, second, I'm sorry, Mr. Seven.
I was saying elementary as well.
Oh, in the elementary.
Yeah, but I think that the
goes right
middle
to the
school has just over the past, basically since COVID, and with the new construction project going on, it's just a really turbulent area right now, and I'm really impressed and happy that we're working hard to communicate what's going well, and that we're, having all these opportunities. Seriously, like, all of these clubs were not a thing.
No, I know, that's what,
yeah. Yeah, and like, I've seen it, like the science fair last year was amazing. And
I'm disappointed it's only for an hour.
It'll be a little longer.
Okay, I was like, I looked at the calendar, I'm like, an hour?
It's
Come
gonna be
on.
all expanded this year. We're actually
Okay,
gonna be
okay.
judging and awarding
Okay,
ribbons, and so it'll be a
A bit more of a bigger,
little bigger
Okay.
deal.
so if I may move us forward, we've kind of talked about the hardest part of student climate, incidents that rise to the level of bullying. I wanted to also give a broad view of student discipline. So with our one of our new data platforms, because I do believe in data, and I'm always trying to monitor data and build out these opportunities for us to collectively look at it in transparency. What you see on the screen here is 2 complete years of student incidents at our middle school. And this is like, since it's static on the slide, but the The bluish turquoise is the first year of our current school administration, the 23-24 school year. And then the brownish orange, depending upon how your eyes see it, would have been last year's. And these are labeled the way the platform, it counts it by week of school, right? So the first week of school, the 10th week of school, and so on. And I just want to call out that you can sort of see in general, especially in the spring semester of last year, we see significantly reduced incidents compared to the year previously. When we look at fall semester, which would be weeks 1 through week 20, fall semester, we see patterns, right? We tend to see more student incidents in the fall semester versus the spring semester. These are common patterns that I have seen in schools, in other school systems. For those of us who live and work in schools, we know, for example, once you get into the holiday season, people are stressed, right? Students are stressed, families are stressed, teachers are stressed, and we start to see upticks in incidents. And that's when you look at, around those weeks 14, 13, 14, 15. Typically, quarters are about every 10 weeks. And so look at what happens, week 10, week 11, right? We see it's a little slightly offset the previous year. Might have been we started after Labor Day, right? But we see when the first quarter ends, right? Or we get close to the end of the quarter and people are stressed that things maybe aren't as they want them to be. So not making any excuses, but I'm just trying to highlight some patterns, right, that are predictive. And that's part of why I'm grateful for the boards last year approving us bringing on some of these data platforms, because then we can, in the spirit of proactiveness, begin to be predictive, right? We know we're heading into a time period of the year where people are stressed and we are possibly going to be seeing an uptick. So what are we doing in front of that to help prevent it, to address those needs before we get into that? And of course, when we have this year's complete data set, we'll be able to have then 3 years of this type of data and use that, again, to help us be proactive and in front of student needs. And then I also wanted to share attendance, right? Are our students coming to school, right? Because that's all part of saying, is our school being productive? And is it a place students want to be?
And I wonder how much, only because I read the study about in Baltimore City, how much kids worrying about their safety or bullying is preventing them from coming to school.
Right. It all goes hand in hand, right? So is school a place that our students want to be, right? And so again, if we look at our year-to-date attendance, and this is just the middle school, the data I showed earlier in the superintendent's report was our system-wide data. So that's, pre-K through 12th grade. This is just the middle school. We see attendance is up, and we know that Ms. Clark, as our community school specialist, is really working very diligently on attendance this year. We see year-to-date improvement almost 2%, same, comparison point in time to last year. And chronic absenteeism for the middle school is, up 9.5 percentage points better than it was the same time last year. So again, another, we call it measurement, but like, we call this vital signs, right? So, and then this last piece of data is the state, every year as part of the Maryland State Report Card, does the annual survey of parents, students, faculty. The survey is the state survey, and it's conducted through a digital, I know that's hard to see, and I'm sorry, this was a chart that we got from the state, so it was like I couldn't really manipulate, so I tried to print out for our board members to see it more up here. So, but what you see is our middle school data is improving 7 out of the 10 measures here. We do have some areas that we see stagnant. Some of the areas I want to point out, and it's interesting because this is this is the data that's the student responses, right? So from student point of view, what is their perception survey around these? And I want to point out that the one category, the center bar graph, relationships, staff-student relationships, we see improvement year upon year. This is 3-year trends. And then also relationships, students to students, we saw, that's the next bar graph to the right. We saw improvement last year. It was flat for 2 years, and then we saw an improvement. We see here safety bullying, that's plateaued, right? So we certainly would like to see that go down. But it at least didn't get worse, right? So we know, again, looking at our climate measures from sort of like a 360 approach here, safety, emotional safety, we see in gains there from student point of view. So, you know, again, we want to look at all of these measures to help guide the progress that we're making at the middle school. And we take that as information to help us know what to do next to help our school. Yes, ma'am.
Safety substance.
Yes, so that is saying that basically they like there's not like a drug issue in the school, like they don't feel like they feel safe from like drugs and all in their school. Yeah, that was getting better and better.
Okay.
Okay,
Could you maybe email us a link?
sure. Yeah, I know this is difficult. I could email you the link.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so that really concludes our data portion here when we look at our measures. So again, you've heard us mention tonight the spirit of continuous improvement. We are on a journey of lifting up our middle school, and we began that journey 2 school years ago, and we're still on it, right? Things don't turn around overnight. And so we know to continue down that road, we need to be listening to our students, we need to be listening to our parents, our faculty, and our staff. And so I'm going to ask Mr. Buckle to make some comments on some of the things that we're doing. He made light mention of this earlier, but just to kind of bring back, sort of think about this segment of our presentation as moving forward, what else can we continue to do to get better?
Right. So one of the big things that we have tried to do is just, get the student voices back into the school. Obviously, when we came in 23, 24 school year, there wasn't a whole lot of trust in administration. We had to kind of rebuild that with the students and give them that voice and for them to understand that we were listening and we wanted to do things that they wanted to do. And so I think we've done a really nice job of building that capacity within our students. So I'm kind of going to go to the bottom and then back up to the top because I want to address the student leadership a little bit. So National Junior Honor Society has been at Kent County Middle School for quite a while. I will say I think it was a little stagnant there for a little bit. We have really pushed to kind of reinvigorate the National Junior Honor Society and not just through the academic portion of it, but really the community service portion. And again, those are the students that really drove that canned food drive. Those are our students that really kind of pushed all that stuff. They have been doing peer tutoring over the last 2 years, and we have our tutoring nights. So kind of empowering those honor society students, not just to have the honor of being part of this society because they get good grades and they do everything else, but also building that leadership capacity in them. Because grades and doing well in school, that's all great, but our purpose is more than just getting straight A's, right? We want to build the next leaders. And so really kind of empowering them to be like those leaders for those community service opportunities, that peer tutoring, and that leader from the sort of the academic standpoint.
I will to say, give kudos out. The 2 of them showed up in 5 inches of snow on
Yes.
December 14th to help pack those
To help
Christmas
pack.
baskets.
To pack those Christmas baskets. Yep. And then, so, that's great. That's kind of an easy, low hanging fruit of getting leadership, right? You pick the best kids that do well every day and get good grades and all of that, and nothing against taking that group. But last year, through some work with our counseling department, Mr. Clampett and Mrs. Melvin have kind of been the advisors for this group. We started a sort of a student leadership group where students can apply, they get interviewed, they kind of get selected. It's not just you get good grades to be part of this, but you're a productive member. Maybe your grades are okay, but they're not maybe honor society standards, but you're still a student that does the right thing most of the time. You're a leader in your own right. So we have brought in from each grade level students into the student leadership team. And sort of the purpose of that was just to give more students an opportunity to lead, but also to kind of get more of the voice of the student body. So a big part of what they have done is help to plan all of our spirit weeks and our school events over the last couple of years, to the point where they've even brainstormed new ideas. And again, for those of you that have been around Kent County Middle School for a long time, and even through my first year and last year, we did the Battle for the Banner, and we would do these quarterly, like, sort of pep rally events and competitions and whatever, grade level faculty competitions, which is all great stuff, right? But the students, you could tell, were kind of getting a little stale with it. So they came up with some other great ideas. And again, some of that is the science night. That was a student-led idea that they came up with. Like, what if we did something like a science night? What if we did this? And because of their leadership and their inspiration, at the top there, you see a bunch of our staff in these blow-up costumes, and that was kind of like an inspiration that came out of them. It was a surprise to all of our students, but this was a thing we did on Halloween where we brought all the students down under the sort of like ruse that we were going to do a big school photo of everyone in costumes. And then once we got them all in the gym, we kind of had like smoke machine and like music playing, and then all these staff came out in these blow-up competitions or blow-up costumes, and they did a relay competition, which was hilarious because they have blow-up costumes on, and the kids loved it. It was great. They did. I mean, it was awesome. And there's a picture there of all of our staff dressed up.
Thank you.
But, yep.
And then parent voices. I know I've sat here and I know, like, Miss Dorsey, Miss McKenzie, we've talked about the importance of working with parents and supporting parents in this process. And I'm a big believer in that because schools can't be successful without parent partnership. We just can't. And so I know Mr. Buckle talked about our community schools facilitator has started a partner up focus group with parents, and she just had her first one last week, was it? Returned from
just
the
last
break?
week.
And then in addition, as I've been speaking to parents and listening to parents' needs, concerns, and we talk about everything from cell phones to just what it's like to prepare your child to go into middle school after they've been at their local elementary school for their whole life. And what's become really obvious is I would like to offer, and we will be offering more resources and opportunities for parents to sort of have resource workshops. So the Cook Center resources, you see the emblem there, it says parentguidance.org. That's on our website. I'll show you in just a minute where to find all these on our website. That takes you to the Cook Center for Human Connection. There is an enormous amount of resources for parents related to social, emotional, mental health resources for parents to help their child who may be going through a difficult period, resources to help parents who may be going through a difficult period. They're all completely free. There's everything from things that you can read to courses to you can connect to a one-on-one coach to help. Maybe you're having a difficult time with your child for whatever reason, and children don't come with manuals, and so you can call a coach and they will help you, and they'll stay connected with you to help you have a resource in supporting your child. Common Sense Media is a free resource and when you can just type in Common Sense Media, again, a mountain of resources, easy to access, easy to use, resources for parents on how to support your child in this world of this digital age, right? How to practices to make sure that you're helping to monitor what your child's on social media and how they're using their phones, and ideas on how to set routines and procedures in your household to help develop healthy habits related to digital technology. And so that's another resource I'd like to push forward to parents more. And of course, last year we already highlighted our math resources for parents. And I will say the Cook Center and the math resources are all in multiple languages. They're in Spanish. The Common Sense Media, I'm not sure that all of those resources are in multiple languages. They may be, I just did not look for that, but I will go back and look for that. And I just want to show you the photos that are on the screen are things that are happened already this school year. The large photo down the bottom is Mr. Johnson hosting our Title I Family Night. And then up in the corner, you see Mr. Johnson as well. This is like, and I'm going to say it wrong, so correct me, Mr. It's a painting night where parents came with their children and painted. So again, we're trying to create a school environment that is rich and robust and cohesive, right? And that it addresses all aspects of who our children and our community are. And we'll continue to work at that. And then I think Mr. Buckle's going to talk about their newest initiative at the middle school, and then I will wrap up our presentation with where to find resources on our website.
Yep. So, you know, kind of looking at the faculty voice here, we always hear from faculty, like, what are ways we can connect? What are approaches we can take to students? And out of kind of like an idea that came from Mrs. Melvin, this has kind of evolved into the Lighthouse Initiative. So with some other meetings with a group of us, we kind of came up with this idea of the Lighthouse Initiative. So basically the idea behind this is to increase the adult-student interactions, the engagement that are happening between staff and students within the building. And sort of the why, I guess, behind it, I mean, you can read it here, but I mean, this is really to ensure that all these students feel noticed, supported, and connected in some way to the school. And again, we have a lot of things for a lot of students, but we want to have something for staff as well. And this is, you know, we, as sort of the leaders of the building, the Title I people, the community school people, we're at all of the events, we do all these things. But if I'm a teacher that isn't necessarily in Kent County, maybe I live in Middletown, I can't be at every event because I don't, you know, I have a family, I can't drive back. You know, this is a way to increase those connections
So
that all students and teachers have those sort of connections there.
is this just a concept, like a values-based concept, or is there an actual process to this
So
initiative?
this is a fledgling
Okay.
idea and process that we are just starting in the last month. We've just had some initial
okay.
conversations. We're really rolling this out. We've kind of started to have some guiding principles here. We really want to have like a thoughtful and intentional rollout of this where staff are starting to identify students that they feel they can make some true connections with, and ultimately kind of like develop those mentor relationships and those connections, and really have like that strength behind it, right? And then ultimately, we're hoping to have some like peer leadership students do this to try and bring other students in. And if I connect well with this group of students and maybe not some of their friends, maybe they bring them in and say, hey, look, come to Mr. Buckle's class because we do all these cool things and it's fun. And, you know, that's kind of the initial thought process as this moves forward. Obviously, this will be baby steps this year, initially rolling it out, trying to get some of those students on board and teachers on board. And then as we go, you know, what a great thing it would be if 100% of our students connected with 100% of our staff, or, you know, had a connection to a staff member. 100% of the students had at least one connection to a staff member beyond just you're assigned to me as your teacher. And as we all know, being in school, I mean, we had a ton of teachers in our time in school, but we remember those that we had the best connections with. So that's sort of the idea, is to make sure every student leaves the middle school with that connection that they look back on and say, oh, I had a great connection with Ms. Mackenzie. She was my favorite teacher. You know, instead of I went through middle school, I didn't really connect with anyone. I didn't really have a great teacher in middle school. That's what we're trying to do, is build that out so in the future we have that. And again, it's also to make sure every student feels like they're not just middle school and they, you know, cares if they come in or not, right? We want every student to feel like they're part of our family, they're noticed, they're here, they're present, and we want the staff to feel the same way. So what better way than kind of bring them all together so they're sort of supporting them. That's kind of the idea behind it. And then Lighthouse kind of came out of, Lighthouse guides you to safety, and this is kind of like a way to guide us all to like a better place, right?
So it sounds like there would be some type of scheduled activity time or some scheduled time
Yeah, so
to,
this will
to connect.
ultimately probably be something that gets built into like our school day.
Gotcha.
Whatever frequency we decide to do,
Nice.
it's yet to be determined. but
Sure.
It'll be built
Yeah.
into that day. Yep.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And then last but not least, I'd like to conclude our presentation today by highlighting on our main website, we do have a community feedback form that is there, and this feedback can be related to academics, it could be related to whatever the case may be. At this point, I'm going to ask Mr. Poor if he'll do a live drive. He'll go over to our website so we can model for everyone where to go. So, yeah, under families, you see all these resources, and if you just click there, yeah, and scroll down, I encourage families to go to this page, make it like a favorite tab, if you will. Keep scrolling. It gives you lots of information. Homework help, if you pause there a minute, this is where all of our math resources, where it says click here, that takes you to the curriculum, illustrative math, which is our math program all the way through. And then you search by grade level and the unit, and it has all of that available in different languages. Could you go to the next one? Community resources. This is our links you to our local management board and resources in the wider community for parents. Go ahead. Mental health resources. This is the Cook Center for Human Connection resources. Could you take a minute, Mr. Poor, and just click on that for us? And across the top, you see mental health series, parent coaching, on-demand courses, Ask a Therapist, and it's in multiple languages there. You can change the language tab. And this too, the Cook Center, is available in your like a mobile app so that you can access that anywhere that is convenient for parents. So I just want to really encourage people to explore, just look in and explore. And then if you could scroll down, the technology links for all those sort of like normal everyday things, tutorials on how to use Schoology to keep up with monitoring your students' progress academically. And then here we have our community feedback form. We want to hear from you. And Mr. Poor, if you could demonstrate clicking on that. And scroll down. And there's the Google form that comes up for you to complete and give us feedback, insight. So in spirit of always getting better in our service. So I just want to take a moment to thank Mr. Buckle for your time. I know it's been a long day. And I want to thank our board for your grace and patience, as I know I was late in getting that presentation posted. That's entirely on me because I did not work over the 2-week break, and I did not ask our employees to work. And so I was running at full speed to get that pulled together. So I just want to take complete ownership of that. But I'm grateful for the opportunity to share the information. I've tried to be transparent by presenting data and data in context and over time so we can see the progress that is being made at our middle school for everyone's benefit. And so I'll conclude our presentation. Thank you, Mr. Buckle. I hope
Thank you so much.
get home and have some dinner. And thank you. Thank you. Okay. Next thing on the agenda is normal sort of.
AIB letter, Dr.
Oh, yes. So I'm going to invite Mr. Porter up. Are you Dr. Porter yet? I think you're close.
No.
Oh, you're getting there though. Sorry. I was all the excitement around Doctors Jenkins this evening.
I learned today that I was supposed to graduate in May, but I forgot to fill out the form to say I wanted to graduate in May. So it'll be a delayed graduation.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, in August, perhaps. So I've invited Mr. Porter up to the microphone. He's our, identified blueprint coordinator to help everyone with. I just wanted, for the sake of the public, kind of keep everybody posted. So I'll turn it over to you.
President McGee, members of the board, Dr. McComas, thank you for the opportunity to bring another mini blueprint presentation. I'm here with Craig Kirby, our Chief Finance Officer for the school district, because a major part of blueprint monitoring is related to tracking expenditures to the individual schools. So I think what we're talking through tonight is one of the more neglected pillars of the blueprint. This is pillar 5 of the blueprint, governance and accountability. So what we're going to talk through a little bit tonight is just how the state governing board, the Accountability and Implementation Board, how they go about holding LEAs accountable to doing what the blueprint law tells us that we need to do. So the blueprint law mandates that the AIB may withhold up to 25% of the increase in state funding for LEAs that are found to be out of compliance with the blueprint. So for Kent County Public Schools, 25% of the increase this year would have been about $57,000. The law also dictates the process by which the Accountability and Implementation Board would monitor and notify public school systems of their status as compliant or not. So over the last 2 years, the AIB required us to create a comprehensive implementation plan, submit that to them. The AIB can review the paperwork to see whether or not we're compliant. And over the last 2 years, we have been fully compliant. This year, the AIB proposed those bulleted items to say they're going to sort of spot check areas of the blueprint to see if we're compliant. That was our career counseling agreement with the Upper Shore Workforce Board, the career ladder that we submitted, our math plan that our instructional team submitted, progress on the implementation plan, student metrics on state tests, and then the minimum school funding piece, which is, a lot of people refer to that as the 75-25. We have to demonstrate that we're making progress on investing 75% of every blueprint funding source directly to the schools. Those are the 5 areas that we were monitored on for this year. The law also says that LEAs who are out of compliance would receive a warning letter from the AIB on or before December 1st. So that's all straight out of the law. Now, what we weren't anticipating this year is for the AIB to issue notice letters regarding concerns, because the law says absolutely nothing about it. It shows that you get a warning letter or you don't. The warning letter triggers the withholding of funding to the school system from the state. So we are 100% compliant. We are not having any funds withheld from the state because we have been found by the AIB to be fully compliant to the blueprint. What we did receive, and 7 other LEAs, were these notice letters regarding concerns from the AIB. And it was because of the 75-25, the blueprint funding piece. So I will turn it over to Mr. Kirby to shed a little bit more light on what the AIB was trying to signal to us by that notice letter.
Thanks, Tom. Good evening, everybody. As Tom said, we received this notice letter a little bit before break, and basically how the AIB decided who got these notice letters was if any of the blueprint funding categories were showing 0% at the budgeted school level. So in reviewing our data, and I think we had alluded to this earlier in the fall at one of our meetings too, we have a technical issue going on with our e-finance software and the Move It platform. So essentially every month by the 15th, I have to upload financial documents to the MSD Move It platform. And it essentially is what then the AIB uses to pull all of our school-based data and our blueprint funding-based data. So we have an issue where, for some reason, when we are pulling the information out of our e-finance, we can see it in there, and it's at each school level by program, like the law states it's supposed to be. But when it gets uploaded to this platform, it's not coming over the same way that we are seeing it. So we are not the only county that seems to be having this technical issue. I know I was reviewing the AIB's data this morning, and I know Caroline incidentally has the same exact two categories as we do, showing 0%. So I'm in talks with Jill over at Caroline County to see if they're having basically the same technical issue that we are and what they're trying to do to resolve it. All this to say, essentially, last week on Friday, we had an individual meeting with Simone and Rachel Heiss from the AIB, along with our MSDE counterparts. And essentially, we were able to kind of explain what we think is going on and kind of talk through with the AIB, what they see as a good path forward for us to kind of show them that we are not actually budgeting or expending 0% of our funding at, the school level in certain categories, like it shows on their database when they're pulling that information. So actually tomorrow we have a meeting where between myself and Power School and MSDE, where we're going to actually be able to look at my data and try to figure out in real time what the disconnect is that's going on. So hopefully coming out tomorrow, we'll be able to fix this technical issue that we're looking at, and then the AIB will now be able to see all of our correct budgeted and actual data for our 75-25 split moving forward. If it is something that seems like it's going to take a little more time past tomorrow, we discussed kind of a secondary option with the AIB where they're going to allow us to essentially pull our data out of our system to send it to them directly, as opposed to relying on the Move It platform data that they're currently relying on. So that's kind of our backup plan if tomorrow we can't resolve this technical issue, and if it's still going to be, kind of an ongoing process potentially. So we're hoping to have more data tomorrow, but essentially either way, the IIB is stating that we need basically a plan of action sent to them by February the 2nd. What I just kind of discussed is that plan of action that we ran by them, and they kind of, agreed that that would suffice for the time being until we can get this technical issue resolved within these platforms.
Right, thank you. Administrative Services, is that you, Mr. Kirby?
Yep, I think it's Mr. Kirby almost through to the end now. It's just business items. Thank you, Mr. Porter. Thank you, Mr. Kirby.
All right, good evening again. Before you, you'll see our typical monthly reports, revenues and expenditures. These are as of December 31st, 2025. So first off, we have our Fund 1 receipts. So at this point in the year, we've received about $20.5 million related to Fund 1. We have received about $650,000 from Fund 5 for food service, giving us a total receipts of a little north of $21.1 million as of December 31st, 2025. Moving into our current expense fund and our expenditures. As of this point, we've expended about 67% of the budget. Looking back past years, this is slightly lower than last year. So, and just looking at the raw numbers, right now, barring anything unforeseen, we're encouraged by, what we have in terms of remaining balance in these accounts compared to some prior years. So, obviously we're going to keep monitoring as closely as we can and trying our best to conserve every dollar possible, leading into budget season and into FY27. But it is encouraging, to see that we are kind of, in a better spot than we have been at this snapshot in time in the past couple of years anyway. Moving down to Fund 3, which is school construction. As you can see, we have a pretty good idea that we're probably not going to hit this $2.2 million for this year. This amount would just then roll into subsequent years from the county. So this is not a risk of losing this $2.2 million if we do not expend it this year. And then we have Fund 5, which is our food service fund. We are at about 75% for the year so far. You'll notice in our salaries and wages, it's showing that we are slightly overexpended. That is typical right about this time each year, as things such as overtime for cafeteria workers or any sort of reorganization, during the school year.
So, Mr. Kirby, is it okay if we adjust our,
Yeah, is there anything on here? I guess the only thing that required, well, I don't know. We're getting ready to have not a quorum.
Right.
And I need to be able to, we need to vote on the legal counsel. Is there anything else on this? The sole source for the psychologist.
Right.
What about the two transportation issues? Is the
Right.
budget calendar also an action
that's an
item?
information item.
Okay.
So I think if we could we shift, thank you, Mr.
Sure.
And I'm sorry.
No, that's no
like this.
problem. And I think the budget calendar does need to be approved as well.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
is that an approval? It's a schedule. So, can we then move quickly into some of the decision making?
Hey, I'm all for you.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
Let's see what.
Can we get the Cliff Note version?
All right. So next up, we've got our sole source justification form. I believe Dr. Keene's here, but essentially, this provider is the only vendor that we were able to get in contact with and receive quotes from that will provide on-site services. So that's why they're kind of a unique vendor, and that's why we qualify them as a sole source, and that's why we are recommending approval to award this contract to Aya Healthcare for the rest of this school year.
Alrighty. The administration recommends approval by the Board of Education to award the contract as school psychologist to Aya Healthcare, Inc. in the amount of $105 per hour for an estimated total of $78,000 for the remainder of school year 2025-26. In a real 1-minute explanation, I know what the answer is, but remind us the whole purpose behind sole source, why we're doing it.
Yeah, so essentially, it's when there's an immediate need, and we don't have time necessarily to go out for either a full bid process, or we just haven't gotten enough responses, locally from vendors to satisfy our 3 required vendor through our purchasing manual. So essentially, this is for rare cases of special circumstance.
Will this be our only school psychologist, or do we have some others?
We have one FTE, and
Okay.
then this would supplement, be essentially our second FTE
Alrighty.
per se.
So I'm looking for a motion to that effect. I'm sorry also. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Alrighty, Mr. DeVillio. Ms. McKenzie's made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Dorsey's made the second. Are there any questions? Alrighty, a call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. Let's move on. Mr. Kirby. Or Mr. Wheeler in this case. Sorry.
And he'll do these next 2.
Correct.
Good evening, Dr. McComas, President McGee, other board members. I'm here tonight to present the 2 vehicles, one for the maintenance department and one for transportation. The administration is requesting contract approval to piggyback fleet leasing and management services, contract number 2072816 through TIPS, the Interlocal Purchasing System, under Kent County Government. Enterprise Fleet Management requires a minimum fleet of 20 cars. Currently, Kent County Public Schools is under the required limit. Therefore, we are eligible to be included with the county program. Although Kent County Public Schools will be included under the county, billing registrations will be noted as Kent County Public Schools. So attached, you'll see the lease program for the 2026 Ford Explorer. And that is a transportation vehicle. We'll be using that to transport our special needs students.
All right.
And the second, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Like I said, you want me to go to the second one?
Yeah, we might as
Okay,
well. We
all
can,
right.
yeah.
And the second one, the same thing. It is a 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 heavy duty, and that is for one of our maintenance workers.
All righty. I'm looking for 2 separate motions, and we'll do them really quickly. I need board approval to piggyback on fleet leasing and management services contract through tips for the 2026 Ford Explorer. I need a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the piggyback fleet leasing.
Yeah, for enterprise for one Ford Explorer. So Ms. McKenzie's had the motion.
I'll second.
Ms. Dorsey's made the second. Any questions? Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All righty, very quickly, almost the same thing. We're piggybacking on fleet leasing and management services contract for a 2026 GMC Sierra 2500. Once again, this is from Enterprise. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Ms. Dorsey's made the motion.
I'll second.
Ms. McKenzie's made the second. Any questions? I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
All righty.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Budget calendar.
Still one more.
Could,
Just two more.
just two more, we be done real quick, I know you're right, is.
Yeah.
Yeah. All righty.
All
Mr.
right, good
Kirby, the
evening again.
budget calendar.
I'll make it quick. Before you see our estimated budget calendar for this cycle for FY '27. So before you see all of our key dates and what our plan is at this point in time for FY '27 in the budget cycle.
All righty. Administration requests board approval for the fiscal year 2027 proposed budget calendar. I need a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Ms. Dorsey's made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. McKenzie seconded. I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Ms. Swanson?
Aye.
All righty. One more thing. Legal counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Kirby.
Thank you.
Yep, so before you, you see our request to appoint PK Law for our legal counsel for 2026. Just some background, we've been with PK Law for about 25 years and have had a good relationship with them and have not, had any issues or had any complaints. So that is part of the reason we would like to continue our work with PK Law.
All righty. It's spelled out in the narrative already. The administration recommends appointment of PK Law to serve Kent County Public Schools legal counsel for the calendar year of 2026. I need a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Ms. Dorsey's made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. McKenzie seconded. I call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, it's unanimous. All righty. Now, Mr. Kirby, did you need to go back on expenditures and revenue? Ms. Dorsey, we're finished.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey, for
Thank you
hanging
so
in there
much.
with
Sure,
us.
I mean, I was pretty much through it at that point, other than
Okay.
just our restricted budget was all that was left, so.
Okay.
So unless there were any major questions on anything, then, I think,
You answered my main question, which was the remaining balance, and you said, I was wondering if this is typical of where we are this time of year, and you said we actually have spent less than we, probably not a lot, but less.
yeah.
All righty.
Yeah.
Ms. McKenzie, did you have any questions about the budget?
No.
Okay,
Oh,
got it.
I can't remember when it was, but a few months ago, I think you said if we had anything we wanted to see in this like monthly budget report.
Yep.
I think it'd be interesting to see like comparatively where we were doing last year on some of these things, because like sometimes I'm like, ooh, is this something to be worried about? But it's just completely normal. So I mean, I don't know if that's maybe not a good idea. I don't know what you guys think, but
No, I
would
think it's
just-
important because I know last year, we had a divided vote on the fund balance. And one of the things Mr. Queen and I both said was that we were going to, and I'm not that everybody else wasn't, but we were on the outside looking in at that point, and we both said that we were going to, be bird dogging that. So we are relying on you a little bit to notify us when something's a little out of the ordinary. Is there anything out of the ordinary this month?
Nothing out of the ordinary this month.
Okay.
So, like I said.
But I think Alt's idea is a good idea. I think to be able to show, for anyone who would take the time to look at it, to show that we are being responsible.
Yeah.
And making good choices with how money is spent, and be able to, I think that comparison would be
Sure.
helpful.
Yeah, that's no problem.
I do have a question on the school construction fund, okay? And we spent $7,463.10.
Yeah.
What did we spend that on?
Right now, that's on Dr. Lever's consulting fees
Okay,
with
gotcha.
us.
So I also thought I understood, so we've got a balance of 2.2 mil.
Yep.
I thought I understood you to say that was unlikely we were going to spend that. and it would roll over. So there's a part of me that thinks at some point this summer, if not sooner, we're gonna put a new roof on the middle school, on Wharton Elementary. Are we counting on the county to pick up that 2 mil, or are we gonna have to use some of this, or this is only for the middle school project?
Yeah, this is only for the middle school
Okay.
project. So the funding that's coming for the Wharton roof is
Okay.
completely separate, of the middle school project.
So is it possible that, let's say we get some good news and we are able at some point during calendar year 2026, maybe this summer, maybe the spring, that we can actually put shovels in the ground. This is where some of that money, whether we're gonna at some point put things out for bid and stuff like that, right? This is where the pot of money, that's where we would use this money?
Yeah, so
Okay.
this 2.2 that's in this budget for construction fund is solely related to the middle school project.
Okay, and there is no penalty if we don't spend it?
There is not. No,
Okay.
it essentially just rolls into the next fiscal year on the
Okay.
county side.
Okay. Does anybody else have any other questions? All righty. Laura, you, me, and the SMOB are the only three left. So we will start with
Last lady standing.
board reports. Alden, we'll start with you.
I don't know. I don't really have much to say. I can't believe the first semester is over already. That seems.
When
we're
does that
almost
end?
over.
Friday?
No, sorry. Not this next week. Next
Okay.
Friday is the last day. I
Next
think.
Thursday.
Next Thursday. Oh yeah, because we have Friday off. The college calendar overlaps a little bit, so I'm getting confused. But yeah, I hope everyone had a nice winter break. I did.
Did you appreciate, did you pay in,
I
didn't you?
did.
So that might not have been possible if you didn't have 2 weeks off.
Yeah, I did miss a few days of school, but I
Okay.
would have missed more
Okay.
if So yeah, I really liked having a nice long break. And I'm just excited for the second half of the year. Getting ready for budget season.
All righty, yeah.
But
Okay,
that's all.
fasten your seatbelt.
Yeah,
Okay.
seriously.
All righty, Miss McKenzie.
Yeah, of course, along with budget season, legislative season's coming up as well. So I'm just wanted to say that I'm looking forward to attending MABE's legislative reception on January 27th. Because I am on MABE's board of directors, I wanted to coordinate either with you, Dr. McComas, or you, President McGee. I do need to attend a state board meeting. So if I could coordinate with either one of you, if you choose to go, I would love that opportunity
Oh,
just
okay, yeah.
to do that. So
yeah,
that way I'm not,
happy to
just,
go.
I am also scheduled to attend the Mental Health Association of Maryland's legislative briefing and reception on February 16th. And the reason I bring that up is just because we know how much mental health is impacting our students. And of course, being on the consortium, the bigger picture of as we move into legislative session, advocating for, because, whatever happens this year with the blueprint and the budget, and would hope that all of us would emphasize the need for that piece to not be lost. Because it really is impactful on our students' availability for learning and working in general, and really families as well. And so we understand that, yes, our focus is students, but, students have parents that also struggle. So, the more sensitive, the more support that we can get for that, that is a piece that is always worth advocating for. And I was really encouraged, by the presentation about the middle school tonight. So I know it's on everybody's mind. I know everyone's working towards that goal for us to become better and more supportive, and very much appreciate all those efforts. Just a couple of things that I found just in reading, just to highlight this, just because, again, the Children's Behavioral Health Coalition, they have put forth their 2026 Youth and Families Policy Priorities. We understand that, mental health is a problem. There's just a couple of statistics I just want to share, and I may share them again in subsequent meetings. The thing that stuck out to me most, more than 36% of Maryland high school students report feeling persistently sad or hopeless. 18% of high schoolers and 24% of middle schoolers have seriously considered suicide. According to a 2025 report from Mental Health America, Maryland's percentage, and this is what got me, Maryland's percentage of serious suicidal ideation among youth aged 12 to 17 is 5th highest in the nation. Fifth
Wow.
highest in the nation, Maryland, period. And that to me I can't, it's really tragic
Yeah.
that we live in a state, and which is why we can't, that's the thing that I, will always be in support of.
Yeah.
I 100%, I want the blueprint to be sustainable, and it's not in its current form. And so, when I think about being accountable and doing things in a way that makes it sustainable long-term, I hope that there would be more flexibility in a lot of places, because I feel like when people have this all or nothing mentality, regardless of whatever side they are on this issue, is when things really break down. Because if everyone refuses to give at all, that's when things get lost. And so, in the pursuit of accountability and sustainability, as things become adjusted, this is the piece that cannot be lost. And I know we all feel that, but I had to put it out there when I read that today. So, anyway, thank you for listening.
Of course.
Appreciate it.
And I'll just say, I certainly appreciate your advocacy. I think, the mental health supports for our kids is significant, right? And we, in terms of need, and I think that that's, one of the good things that has come, I think, since 2020, right? Is like this, profound awareness of the need for mental health supports and resources. I'll just, that,
Yeah.
Anything else?
No, that's all. Thank you.
So Ms. McKenzie mentioned legislative. So actually the session opens on Wednesday, believe it or not. So this morning, Mr. Hushin and I zoomed in on the Legal Services Association quarterly meeting. He's the county rep. I'm the alternate, but I was on there and I took some notes. So it was I thought really, really informative. So the two takeaways are, there's going to be a change in the leadership, what they portrayed as the power struggle. So we've got a new House Speaker, and there's been a big shift in the committee chairs. The other thing is the budget shortfall concerning, as I mentioned before, the concerning numbers in the decline of K-12, and it's statewide. It's not just in any one county. Also you're talking about blueprint, beginning in 2028, general fund dollars are going to be needed to supplement the blueprint budget. So I took a screenshot because I couldn't write quick enough, but they mentioned, so what to expect. There are 15 areas in the General Assembly related just to education legislation. I'm going to read them real quick. Flexible scheduling and school year calendar, funding formula changes, cell phone use, charter schools is a huge, huge thing right now. Curriculum mandates, assessments, school construction, AI, reportable offenses, school board superintendent, state board relations, discipline restorative practices, pre-K child care scholarship, background checks, crisis supports, and sign language interpreter certification. So a number of bills have been pre-filed, even though the session doesn't start till Wednesday. 35 of them are related to education alone. And one of them is bullying, harassment, or intimidation, information collecting, and reporting requirements. Yeah, MABE's legislative priorities, there are 4 of them. Support for governance, authority for local boards of education. That's MABE's number 1 priority every year. That's kind of like their standard thing. Support for legislation that accomplishes district budget stabilization and practical relief. Because we're in an election year, nobody's going to want to raise taxes. Money's going to be tight, and school systems are going to have to be able to find creative ways to squeeze every bit of dollar they can. Support for a strong safety framework for students and staff. And one of those things is, it was legislation last year that didn't get passed, but it's about reportable offenses. And that's going to involve schools, law enforcement, Department of Juvenile Services working together. And the last thing is support for sustained and effective school facilities and construction funding. And that's really related to the news release that Comptroller Learman put out back in September. Once again, the session opens Wednesday. MABE has a pretty good, on its website, it's got a pretty good thing about all of this. The General Assembly has an amazing website about, you can track every bit of legislation. You can also go back historically and see how things panned out over the last couple of years. It was supposed to be a 2-hour meeting from 10 to noon, and I think we were at 11:30 it adjourned. So there was the regular legislative committee meeting at 2 today. I'm the representative, Laura's my alternate, and neither one of us were able to get on. We weren't able to log in, but when I talked to the Sam Mathias this morning, and I was like, are there 2 meetings today? And he said, yeah, and he said, if you only can make one, I made the right one, which was the first one. The second, the one that Laura and I were not able to get on was probably more of just a boilerplate of this is what we, and I let him know that we couldn't get on. So anyhow, there were some slides that were shared today at the 10 to noon meeting that I'm going to send to all the board members as well. That's all I got. So if nobody else has anything to say, this big crowd of ours. So, that's the problem. I can't even adjourn. I need a motion and a second to adjourn.
Oh, wow.
Okay, gotcha, okay. Anyhow,
This is the.
well, so my legal eagle over there, but anyhow, I'm gonna read it into to the thing. The next meeting of the Board of Education of Kent County will be held on February 9th, beginning at 5:30 PM with the open session. Open session will be immediately followed by the board members going into closed session. The open session will resume at 6:30 PM. The meeting will be located at the Administrative Building in the boardroom, 5608 Boundary Avenue, Rock Hall, 21661. Let's see, let's flip a coin. Who's gonna make the motion?
I'll make a motion.
And Laura's evil twin sister will second the motion, and I'll call for the vote. All in favor? Aye. We're out of here. Thank you.
Thank you.